Good morning, everyone. Welcome in this fresh place. So welcome for this first year presentation of the projects of the cohort P22. And we are happy to see you here, so thank you for being here. Thank you also to follow us online. Thanks to also to the family who managed to be there too. Welcome to everybody. And it's, is it me? No, maybe it's this way. No. Okay. No, sorry. So first of all, what are the M1 projects? So a quick overview of what our students worked on for this first year of the master. The objectives of these projects are first an introduction to writing, design and development of an original project. So originality is one of the key elements. Then a first longer teamwork experience, but in small teams. We're going to see the size of them just after. And they had to develop a 10-minute interactive experience. This could be a game. This could be something more like an experience. And some of you, the jury, that we are happy to welcome to, experienced it yesterday, and we're going to discuss what it felt to experience all these elements yesterday for you. So everything started mid-March, and we are 3.5 months later to see the results and discuss with you what it was to test it. 3.5 months, it's not a full duration. They had also lectures in the meantime. So it's about less than 30 days really dedicated to this development. So have that in mind. As you've seen, we have 2 days completely dedicated to the evaluation, to the testing of this experiment. So yesterday, it was a day dedicated to the experimentation themselves, experimentation of these diverse interactive experiences. And today, we're going to hear all the teams present their intention and the different elements they wanted to develop in their project. Each team will have 10 minutes to present their intentions and some of the feedbacks on the development of this experience. And then we're going to exchange, as I was saying, starting with a testimony of each of the jury. Not each of the jury, but I will ask the jury to say who wants to say, okay, what I felt during the experimentation of these games or experiences. And then we're going to discuss. So 10-minute presentation, 10-minute exchanges, and I will ask the jury to present itself each time, himself or herself, each time you want to share your feedbacks. We also ask the jury to give some feedbacks, written feedbacks to the students, and give what you felt about the originality, the understanding of the intents of the teams, the quality of the interactive experiment, and the technical achievement that you've assessed yesterday. Okay? I don't know if you have questions about that. Do not hesitate anyway. So today, this is the program of today. So this morning we're going to have 5 projects presented. This afternoon, the 5 others, so 10 projects in total. And here is a view of the diversity of these projects. As I said, it's small teams, so from 4 to 7, equivalent of 7 people in each team. But enough of my talk. Let the show begins, and I warmly ask you to warmly welcome the first team of today, Gestatzofall.
Okay, Geisterfall is a 3D puzzle platform game in which you play as Sam, a child around 10 years old, who enters in the dissociative state after an emotional shock caused by the arrival of the houseplant in their living room. Throughout into their body, into a hollow and unstable version of their inner world, they must explore, observe, and break down everyday objects in order to understand how they work, how they are connected to their fragmented mind. Using a special gaze, which can alter the psychological environment, using your own gaze with an eye tracker as a controller. Some progress from one object to another until they finally confront the plant as the source of their anxiety. We have three main intentions for the game. The first is encourage the player to break down and explore the objects around them, to better understand and see their world in the new way. The second is make the player feel in the lost fragmented world. And the last is explore the unique relationship between a person and their own gaze.
A significant part of our work involved researching neurodivergent experiences to inform the project's intention. The goal wasn't to faithfully reproduce a specific condition, but rather to draw inspiration from existing accounts and research to build a coherent experience around the themes of gaze, perception, and our relationship to the world. We also conducted research on eye tracking to assess its relevance to the project. This research allowed us to identify different ways of using gaze as a means of interaction and to guide our design choices.
Sam is a neurodivergent child around 8 years old, and he's keenly aware of his surroundings. In fact, he's too aware. He notices even the slightest change from the corner of his eye, sensitive to change, when he comes face to face with a plant brought home by his parents, an aloe vera, with short tiny spikes, long triangular shaped leaves, something that very clearly clashes with his organized and perpendicular life, he's soon thrown out of his body and has no choice but to venture out into the very object that comforts them, his Rubik's Cube, and is soon confronted with the plant, an object that reflects his unease with change. The visuals of Gestaltefall are meant to represent the inner feelings of Sam, clean and minimalist, with a hand-painted edge to it, along a colorful yet slightly desaturated palette, meant to offset the player and signify that something is not quite right, all to accompany Sam's perception of the world, and as if they were telling us, the player, their story with some of their own drawings.
And the main intention for sound here is to represent the oniric universe of Sam and show the evolution of Sam's feeling through the sound ambience, and how decomposing objects help him to feel better.
To regain their body and escape this strange dreamlike world, Sam must understand the objects they explore. To do so, they need to find each object core and absorb it. The exploration of the object is divided into 3 steps. The first is Sam explore the compact form to find and unlock all the locks that keep it closed and protect the core. The second, the object breaks apart and reveals its core. It then rebuilds itself into a new shape, creating a new path for Sam to explore. Finally, Sam must traverse through this new level layout with platforming and eye-tracking based challenge to reach and absorb the core. This gameplay loop symbolizes the way Sam connects with and understands the object in their environment. They observe them from every angle and take apart to understand how they work inside, represented by the core. By doing so, Sam becomes familiar with this object and gradually feel more comfortable in their everyday world.
In order to explore these objects, Sam has a simple set of moves: walk, run, and jump. But there is one important detail. On these giant objects, gravity is unpredictable. Players must use different gravity fields to follow unusual paths that twist in many directions. The camera is also a key part of the experience. It represents Sam looking at themselves while exploring the objects. Since each gravity field changes the player's orientation, it's important to understand the space around them. Players can switch between different camera angles in each area in order to observe their surroundings, as if Sam were carefully examining the objects with their own eyes.
Sam can influence the environment through their gaze, represented in the game as a cursor. In fact, some objects in the psychic world are unstable. Sam can affect them by focusing their gaze on them. Each type of interactive object behaves differently, and players will have to discover how they work through experimentation. The gaze can be controlled with a gamepad stick or mouse, but however, the game is mainly designed so that players can control it with their own eyes, using an eye tracker as the main controller. Here an example of interactive object is the hesitation as 2 states, a stable state that allows Sam to work on it, and unstable that Sam can pass through. The second is the follower, attach itself to Sam's gaze and focus it when it is activated. And the last is the wanderer, move along a set path and stop when Sam looks at.
Eye tracker is one of the main aspects of our game, and it's an idea that we had early on. Trying to develop with the eye tracker, however, was a low priority at first because we had to make sure that the game would work without it. However, we still designed the mechanic with the eye tracker in mind early in development. Thanks to early research, we knew that the exact position of the gaze would be inaccurate on the screen and would jitter a bit. This is why we decided to create an area around Sam's supposed eye position where the gaze would not move if the player was looking inside of it, so that we could stabilize the movement and predict the lack of accuracy that we would get. And indeed, when time came to plug in the eye tracker and start developing with it, our system was already tailored to use the eye tracker data comfortably, and the movement of the gaze was smooth from the start.
The Rubik's Cube is an object that is important to Sam. They explore it to prepare themselves before facing the plant. That is the source of their distress. This level serves as a player onboarding experience. It introduces the core mechanics of the game and teaches the player its main objectives. So for this level, we tried to replicate the internal mechanisms in a Rubik's Cube in 3D. So each piece is perfectly aligned, and we have simple colors to guide the player on each faces. And since it's made from simple shapes, it was easy to adapt in the level design. As for the sound, it plays with the mechanical aspects of the Rubik's Cube. The idea is to travel from a scary mechanical ambience to a pleasant, dreamlike universe with some musicality to maintain the idea that Sam is feeling better by decomposing the objects. And here's a quick example of the ambience.
The aloe vera plant is the object that caused Sam to enter a dissociative state, organic and filled with curved shapes. It contrasts with the more familiar object in Sam's environment. In this level, the world feels enormous compared to Sam. Gaze-based challenges are more frequent and introduce new mechanics for the player to discover. We've made back and forth with the level design. We also made tools to change the leaf shapes to easily fit the final level blockout, and we've added rounded cubes to represent the gel in the aloe vera with a shader to give the liquid feel. Here for the sound ambience, the idea is the same as the Rubik's Cube. At first, the sound ambience is a very aggressive, tentacle-like ambience, but after decomposition, it becomes a peaceful forest with some acoustic instruments to show that this plant was some kind of a nemesis to Sam, but Sam succeeded to overcome his fear and embrace the organic side of the plant. Here's the
For narration, we wanted the players to be able to understand the main storyline not quite clearly. It was more untold. We wanted the game to be an emotional experience firsthand. So we created 2 cinematics to introduce the story and to end it. And then our game mechanics retold the story we're trying to tell. As told before, the objects, for example, are quite significant to Sam in different ways. Yeah.
From the very beginning of the project, we didn't aim to design a competitive or demanding game. Our goal was rather to create an experience capable of leaving a lasting impression on the player through its atmosphere, art direction, and visual style. We are therefore targeting people who enjoy narrative or contemplative indie games where exploration and immersion take over difficulty. We wanted the experience to be accessible to a wide range of players, including those less familiar with video games. To achieve this, we limited opportunities for failure and prioritized a quick learning curve. The eye tracker also enables a cooperative experience, with one player using the controller and another using the eye tracker. It can be disabled at any time according to the player's preference. We also implemented fully customizable controls, allowing each player to adapt the key layout for maximum comfort. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. As I said just sooner, can you hear me? Yeah? Thank you. I would like to ask one per people from the jury to start to share what it felt to play at Gestalt Zerfall. Who wants to start? Yes, Cécile. Can you present yourself? Thank you.
Hi, so I'm Cécile. I work at Focus Entertainment Publishing, and I'm part of the scouting team. Thank you very much for the game and the presentation. I had lots of mixed feelings playing your game. There are things that I absolutely love and others that I was less aligned with, let's say that. For instance, so you start with the cinematic. It is so pretty. Like, I think the 2D art really shines. And I loved it in some way, but in the other hand, because you went for something very symbolic, I did not really understand what you were trying to tell me in this cinematic, and I was like very eager to play, and it is a bit too long, so you created some intense frustration on this poor person, but it's okay. I think like I really like the idea that you're doing a 3D platformer with some a very limited moveset. I think it's interesting. I'm not sure the eye tracker was. I don't know. I'm not a specialist of these kind of technologies. I don't know if it wasn't used to its best or if it actually wasn't needed. The only the main upside that I saw to it is that I got to play with Alison, who did an amazing job at looking at stuff and not looking at stuff sometimes. But it was overall a pretty a stressful experience, which I think was not your goal. Because there were lots of friction with the camera, with the controller, and when doing a 3D platformer, it's a bit of a shame. Like you want your camera and you want your controller to be very clean and very usable. Yeah, so mixed feelings for me. Like I loved the 2D art. Really, please give me more like that. I'm less a fan of the way it was translated into 3D. I wanted to get to know this character and to understand them, but I end up throwing them in the void over and over again, and I didn't want to do that to them. Thank you.
Some other feedbacks to share? Yeah.
Hello, congrats, Javier from Boxer School, Madrid. First of all, I love alternative controllers, so I always enjoy alternative controllers. I agree with Cecilia's, maybe eye tracker could be a bit tricky for some players in that sense, because it's not easy from the accessibility also. But you can enjoy the experience once you get into the mode to control. Also, you have also some camera issues, as she said already. Anyway, okay, the color could be fine, the sound could be fine. The control system of the solid or no solid state of the items is okay. I'm a big fan from Prince of Persia, so in Sands of Time I have over there that. But you done well as long as you kill the player when they fall apart. Because I had some issues with the character not dying in Sound of Time in Prince of Persia and falling down into locked rooms. So you have done well in that sense. On the other side, yes, for sure, the other side, the use of silhouettes, it's great. In the sense, if I go to the other round of the cube, if I have the silhouette and it's nice, you can even challenge yourself through try to solve the situation without seeing. So I think it's nice also for people looking for more a bigger challenge, even from that point of view. But there is also a few things about speed or the lock of things that could be a little messy. Maybe that is. I agree with Cecile in the introduction. Maybe it's a bit long. Because I know it's a psychological issue you try to explain, which is quite difficult to explain. And it's hard to convey that information into the player without any other tip or advice before. So if you go into neurodivergence, neurodivergence, yeah, okay. Everything should fit in the eyes of the player, and then you have the wavy things that, okay, is something apparel or whatever. then you have to be consistent in that sense. If the character is designed to be consistent and everything in his world is cube, what about the haircut? I know, it's something. Maybe it doesn't matter, but it's the face he sees every single day. If he's so obsessed with everything being cube, he cannot have those triangles on he or her face. Okay, so that's a few things maybe that could help to guess that this character has trouble with wavy things or triangular things or whatever. So you can go in that direction just to police a little. I have some issues, as you remember, with the mouse, because I have the pad controller, I have the eye controller, but then I discovered I couldn't go into the right menu without using the mouse. So I told you, yes, maybe it's even better try to get something with using with the crosshair in the console in the pad. Anyway, yeah, the control was quite nice. You can go once you get the path to solve the different puzzle. But yeah, well, the only thing is technically you should go one way around more. Even I enjoy it. It was nice. I played to the end, so I feel great in that sense. And congrats.
Thank you. Some last reactions or questions? Do not hesitate to ask questions. And if you want to react, just tell me.
Hello, I'm Lucas from Ubisoft Bordeaux, producer. First of all, thank you for the presentation. Same as the game, it's quite polished. I felt like in terms of visual, so congrats. For the game, I had I had some difficulty to gauge the distance when I was on a platform, which was creating frustration for me because I knew I could jump, but I was not expecting that I could fall at this point. My question is, why did you choose to lock the camera on specific point in the space instead of giving players the liberty to move it on axis? You know. Thank you.
So for the camera, we went through a lot of iterations. At start, we gave the player total control to rotate it completely around the object. So it caused two issues. First of all, the controller was just a mess because sometimes the player could not figure out the directions in which to go to. But mostly, there was too much things to handle between the movement, the camera, and the eye tracker. It was too much. And people sometimes even got lost in the level. Like sometimes they would rotate it around and the up would become down, and so they would start to go the other way around. So we started to restrict it. At first, we tried to make it so that they could still rotate the camera around the object, but just in a specific zone. It still didn't work, and at the end, we ended up to choose ourselves multiple points of view that would be the best for the player, and just let them the choice to choose which one to use.
If your players got lost when they were using the camera, did you try to have a button just to reset the camera at the start of the position, maybe?
We did not. We did not try that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Nisha from IEDT in Ireland. So I really enjoyed the game and I was really immersed into it to the point that whoever was showing me the game at the time, I forgot what side they were even standing at afterwards. And I think a lot of that was down to the sound design and the 3D artwork. I think does a really good job in selling the experience. I kind of agree about the camera work though, and particularly I can see Fez is quite a large influence on the game in terms of the Rubik's Cube and how the camera work is moving, but I don't think it completely translates with the eye tracker, because when you're looking at a platform and you rotate, the eye tracker loses its connection for a minute and suddenly the player is kind of taken out of the experience or falls down. So I think there's a design limitation with using the eye tracker with your camera rotation that isn't fully figured out or solved, and you can't change the way the eye tracker uses or the eye tracker works because it's fixed in your game. So I think, I don't know, that design goal around using a Rubik's Cube that rotates, is that something that should be thought about? I know these kind of decisions were very early on in the development, but did you have a lot of early play tests and kind of notice this limitation early, or would you have done this differently looking back at it again?
Well, we did not conduct a lot of playtests because we started to playtesting a bit late in the game, and so we did not have a lot of results when it came to the camera. It was our playtest results were more about eye strain from using the eye tracker or just the controller itself. Yeah, not much about the camera. The improvement we could have made is that we'll just log the camera of movement when an interactive object is currently focused on, which would be a solution, but in terms of playtest results, we did not get a lot about the camera, no.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think that's, like, you're now, when it gets so far into development, you get locked into certain ways things are happening, and I just really recommend really early playtest with those early design ideas, and you might be able to change things like, is a Rubik's Cube the smartest choice to go with, along with everything else, and make kind of early iterative designs that way. But I really enjoyed it otherwise. It's really good.
Thank you.
So thank you, and please let's give a warm round of applause for the team. And let's welcome the next team. Let's welcome the next team, Handheld.
Hello everyone, and thanks again for coming. I guess we can all think of an object that we don't want to lose, an object that is very dear to us and that can sometimes represent a kind of safe place for us. Well, as you may have seen by playing our game, we just found a lost console, an object dear to someone, so let's try to explore it together. So first, we will show you a little trailer to start.
And now for the presentation. Handheld is a point-and-click narrative exploration game where you navigate through a lost console you found laying on the ground at a gas station. Your goal is to understand what happened to the kid it belonged to. The project revolves around 3 main goals. First, take inspiration from other interface exploration games such as A Normal Lost Phone or Emily's Away and bring new puzzles and ideas to the formula through the handheld medium. Then, work around the nostalgic feels and apps from 2010's handheld consoles, most notably the 3DS, to create a more meaningful and truthful experience. And finally, we wanted to tell a queer story, partly because it resonates strongly with most of our group, but also because it just seemed obvious to us. So many young queer people find comfort in Nintendo games and consoles, even to this day. And we wanted to open the conversation on this, for both the pretty and the darker parts. In many aspects, handheld story is truly our own.
We wanted to really immerse the player into our world filled with nostalgia from our childhood, so we wanted to create our own console with its own artistic direction to make it believable. As you can see, the main inspirations are the 3DS and the PSP. In order to give life to the handheld, we had to create applications who had logic in terms of narration, immersion, and puzzle design. Because we wanted to create a good user experience, we decided to make five applications inspired by the Nintendo universe from 2010. In the user flow each application has its role to play in the game's progression and must be visited at least once. Because it's a Foldervania, we had to ensure that the player needed to understand a minimum amount of narrative to complete the game, as many clues are hidden between the different narrative sections.
As you've seen, the handheld, if you tested handheld, the game is played on a Steam Deck. It was very important to us that the game was playable on a portable platform to match closely with our 3DS inspiration and improve our immersion. Compared to mobile, which could be one of the solutions, Steam Deck gave us a fixed aspect ratio and resolution to work with, allowed us to not limit ourselves to the computing power of a phone, and all in all made the development process way easier. Moreover, the Steam Deck allowed us to make our game fully playable with a touchscreen, without adding to our workload. This is thanks to a 1:1 ratio between mouse input on PC for debugging and our itch.io build, and a touch input for our EGS experience.
The Ender's UI was created with 2 main aesthetics in mind. We were really inspired by the Frutiger hero aesthetic, which was seen a lot on the internet in the 2010s, combined with skeuomorphism design, which was really also popular at that time on phones and other electronic devices. With those 2 points in mind, we wanted to combine this with different art styles to make the exploration of our apps more enjoyable for the player. We sometimes went for full Frutiger hero, which is the system's artistic direction, and we explored old applications and games to create this nostalgic and familiar feeling with low poly and low-res graphisms.
Now for the sound design, we wanted to compose the majority of the sound design and not use assets from sound banks. We wanted to recreate a nostalgic atmosphere to immerse the player in the adventure, and we create a unique soundscape for each application. And for the music, we wanted to make it evolve through application and time.
Finally, we had to ensure that the clues didn't disrupt the player's immersion. Each clue fits the format of the application it's in and doesn't interrupt the narrative when the two intersect. One of our biggest challenges was also to ensure that logic was the limiting factor with enough pop-up windows and feedback without confusing the player. To do so, we made sure that every pop-up excuses make sense, every action from the player had feedback, and we wanted to make sure people aren't uncomfortable with the audios, so we added the transcription of every sound in the app.
Regarding the game's story, Handheld introduces Luca, a young teenager discovering his homosexuality in an unstable household with queerphobic and often violent parents. More than making Luca's orientation a revelation,
We wanted to put the accent on his struggle instead, and on the way he found comfort through self-expression in art, his relationship with his sister, or through the social media in his console where he made his first crush, Mido. The main goal of it all was to build a story around contrast, inspired by games like Omori, but most generally, the way it is in life.
Now we got an example of interactive music to support the narrative and players' immersion. The music evolves based on the elements the player discovers.
Our game reflects a troubled reality seen through a shadows and recreated in this handheld. It's Lucas' place featuring a workshop artistic direction that contrasts with uncanny elements. It also highlights the gap between the reality and his online life, where he escapes into his childhood passion and healthy relationship where he can truly be himself. Through Luca and Dell, player gradually discover who he is, his personality, and his relationship. They uncover his story and his creativity while experiences an authentic and relatable childhood. Our goal was to create an Android protagonist that player could easily connect with and empathize with.
Through Luca, we will follow a positive, healthy and relatable representation of a queer coming-of-age story. But at the same time, we wanted to raise awareness about the harsh systemic realities of the world we live in. We wanted to show how the people in Luca's life have a profound impact on him, ranging from the violence of queerphobic people to the support of his allies.
Eventually, you learn that Luca ran away from his house in hopes of joining his aunt and cousin traveling through the country. But as you can guess, having found his console, it didn't go exactly as planned. Through the exploration of the conversations he had with his crush in his console social network, you get a stronger grasp of what he went through in his house and what he was trying to run away from. And it's also there you're given the possibility to contact Luca's cousin Walid to make sure he arrives safely, which fortunately he seems to have.
Well, that was handheld. Thank you all for exploring this handheld console with us. We are very happy that we managed to keep a shared vision during this 3 months project, and we are glad of what we were able to accomplish as a team for the game. If you didn't play the game, it's available on itch.io with this QR code, and we're ready for your feedback and your question.
Thank you. So who wants to start? Yes. I will give the mic.
Thank you, everyone. So I'm presenting myself. I'm Guillaume Avance, level designer at Ubisoft. So first of all, I would like to thank you because I cried on your experience. So challenge réussi. Yeah, really cool experience, really straightforward. I told you already, but the subject is maîtrisé, is well mastered. Sorry for my English. And yeah, I have nothing more to say, but yeah, felicitation, congratulations. For me, it's a success.
Hi, so Cécile from Focus. So thank you very much for the game. I did not cry, but I was on the verge of tears. Yeah, I think it's the first game in the series that will come of game that elicit some like moving emotions. my only grief with the game is it's mechanically very close to one of your main inspirations, which is a normal zone. But I do forgive you because it's very well written. I think I really love what you did with the art. Like you really explored from the interface to the drawings to the little game. Like you explored the whole panel of what could be done with this kind of handheld console. And just like Guillaume, I think you really mastered your narrative. I think I don't know how production went, but from the outside, it looks like you kept your scope in check and you managed to accomplish your vision without like going all over the place. So yeah, congrats. You can be proud of what you did. Thank you.
Hello, Aloïs Carrez, ENPC Deezer, programmer. I think it's a really sharp experience. Everything is clean, everything all up together. And to be fair, I don't think I have a lot of questions about what you did, because it's really neat. So what I would ask you is, what is the main feature you cut out from the game to get such a nice experience?
So we had many different type of different scope to ensure that we can have at least the MVP and what we really wanted to present. And initially we had one application which was avatar visualizer, but this one we were ready in advance to cut it if it was necessary, and it was, but we didn't cut much things, so I think all of us are very happy with this.
Yeah, we cut this one because we really wanted to have applications that were really polished, very well polished, and we knew that if we had this application, the other could have been less good. So it's not a big deal.
We also had the idea to really play with the handheld console formula and like maybe add a game inside the game, but it was really complex to figure it out in a few months. But something like an Animal Crossing Tomodachi Life inspiration game would have been interesting to play as, but yeah, it would have been really risky to think of it.
Which of the vanilla was the inspiration from the universe?
Just to finish, congrats. It's a perfect 10-minute experience, so you can be proud of yourself.
Hello, Lucas, Ubisoft Bordeaux, producer. Well, my question has been stolen, so thank you, Alois. No, just to let you know, I really like the experience. As it has been said, as producer, I felt like it was polished 100%. I didn't felt like one application was lacking. In terms of UI and art, I felt like I was 15 again, when I was playing the Wii, so I think it's a good thing. So overall, I don't have any question, but congratulations, and especially because you managed to be in the time limits of the exercise. So congratulations on that. And lastly, I felt like the puzzle was not too difficult for me, even though I'm not a puzzle gamer. I never had the frustration to be blocked by something, even though I wanted just to know the narration, so I felt like it was well balanced also, so congratulations on that.
A last remark or question. Thank you.
Hi, Jaime from Spain, EUNES University in Vitoria. I just wanted to ask, because you have mentioned several times the platform you have used, the Steam Deck, but I want also to talk about, but why? Just because it's handheld? What more? What does it give you, that console, different from maybe other possible handheld consoles? From the control, it was the experience, I don't know, why?
Like I said in the presentation, well, very honestly, at the very beginning of the project, we thought about just putting it on the computer, on a desktop. And one of the first feedback we had from the teachers was you have to put it on a handheld, on something you can hold in your hand to add to your immersion. And so we had a bit of a debate between us on how we would manage to achieve that. And the main two options were on the Steam Deck and on mobile. And so after a bit of deliberation, we decided to go on Steam Deck because of the computing power that allowed us to not limit ourselves creatively. We could do a 3D world, we can do really high resolution textures that load very quickly. And so spend more time on creating the game than optimizing it. And like I said, we also wanted, we really loved the idea of putting it on something you can hold and with a touchscreen, but we found it would be a shame if it was the only way to experience it, because we wanted to diffuse it as much as we would like to our parents or something like that, so they could play it on their computers. And with the Steam Deck, it allowed us to create a game with the point and click, just mouse and left click in mind, and it would adapt perfectly with the touchscreen of the Steam Deck. So it really cut our workload that way too.
Perfect. Congratulations again for your job.
Thank you.
So let's congrats all this team. Thank you. So as you've seen this year, the students choose to work with sometimes heavy subject. So for the next team, I will ask the people that are under 18 to take the break sooner than us. So if you don't mind to leave the room, because we're gonna hear about more adult stuff. So if you don't mind, it's the same for the people online. If you are sensitive, we're gonna have a more heavy subject handled now. So thank you in advance, and I will give and please a warm welcome to ASV.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining us in person or online for the presentation of our first year project, ASV. We must warn you that this game is intended for a mature audience, so this presentation will indeed contain explicit sexual content as well as violent language. If you are under 18, please, we would ask you to leave the room if it is already the case. And also, if you find the presentation too uncomfortable, feel free to leave at any time via the upper exit. Now, let's start with the trailer.
Tu es la première personne qui m'écoute, merci beaucoup.
ASV is an acronym for Age, Sex, Vil. It's a slang used in online chat rooms to determine if you are talking to someone of the opposite sex. Our game is a scamming simulator based on a fictional chat room. It's your final day to pay your rent before getting evicted. Out of desperation, you go on the chat room blah blah bestie to ask for enough money to survive. but nobody will give you any money. If you want to get your 500 euros back, you will have to lie, cheat, extort, and scam chatter on the website. In order to be trusted by the potential golden geese of the site, you will have to impersonate real people by stealing their images and voice message. They are planning different paths to get enough money. Will you try to steal woman nudes and sell them to horny men? Or maybe trick an old lady to send you to their retirement funds? Maybe you will act as a fake girlfriend for a lonely guy. You will have to be creative when talking to the chatters and experiment your scamming techniques with our 60 different chatters.
For ASV, we took inspiration from real anonymous chat rooms, as you can see there with real first messages. They simply allow you to talk to strangers, but these chat rooms somehow become the perfect place for men to express and impose unhinged sexual desires. We wanted to shed light on how men cannibalized these chat rooms. It is a social phenomenon that underlines how far misogyny can go when you are hidden behind the username. These men could be anyone around you, and the only difference is that here they speak the truth. Our goal was to recreate an anonymous chat room to provoke dialogue around this matter and allow people to have a glimpse of what happens there while being in a safe and controlled environment.
We wanted our player to feel torn between taking time exploring the chat room and talking to diverse chatters while keeping a sense of urgency. At the end of the game, we wanted our player to say, "This game is disgusting. Can I play one more time?" In ASV, you can talk to up to 3 people by selecting a new pseudo and starting a chat. Each pseudo pairs you with the same chatter in every game. Besides chatting, you can sometimes use medias that you gathered on the site. So in order to have a feminine nude to impersonate a woman, you will have to meet a woman first. Every chatter has a different reaction when you send them medias, including likes, dislikes, and specific overrides that lead to special secret dialogue. Here we sent a dick pic while talking to a woman. She instantly leaves the conversation, but we managed to take their photos so we can reuse it to scam a guy in the future.
Along with images, you can receive and send voice messages. The main idea behind the voice messages is that having a voice assigned to the person you are talking to really brings them to life. To achieve this, we recorded 14 different people to create multiple characters and personalities. We chose to record everything in binaural using an ambisonic microphone. We directed our actors to move around, change their distance, and look away from the mic in addition to the acting direction, in order to simulate someone really leaving the scene. The idea behind the binaural recording is also to make the player uncomfortable by setting the voice message right in their own space. All of this led us to no fewer than 121 voice messages implemented in the game.
As for the visual direction, our work was inspired by a variety of references from both video games and cinema. For the interface of the platform BlaBlaBestie, we wanted to have a clash between the disturbing content and the platform welcoming vibe, mixing it to get a 20s coded atmosphere. We chose to stick on clear-cut, vibrant color combination with strong patterns and resting areas contrasting with the powerful color combos with clear and readable shapes. Our main goal was clear: make the player feel safe and welcome on the platform. Regarding the medias, we applied the same rules we created for the global interface, while also ensuring clear emotion and facial expression to maximize their impact on the player. We used this particular drawing style so that people would feel uncomfortable to receive explicit content, like dick pics, but not traumatized either. We wanted the backgrounds of the visual to be vibrant, but still in an identifiable word, ours. The goal was to give life to the people you meet and make them feel real.
The main writing challenge was to create a sense of online community and for the player to choose the way they want to interact with it. We had to write about 60 characters with different personalities, ways of talking, and reasons to be on BlaBlaBestie. There would be horny guys, sure, but also people who need the company, or teens trolling and looking for friends. The presence of minors on a friendly website was a given. But since they somehow interact with sexual content, we asked sensitivity reading from e-Enfance, an association protecting minors on virtual places. ASV stays in touch with reality to avoid just being a provocative list of fetishes.
ASV combines the codes of a dating sim game with those of early web design. As a result, we had to find the right balance between an interface gamification and the website visual convention of that area. To maintain visual consistency throughout the project, we relied on a design system aligned with our art direction. We also conducted several playtests focused on emotions and the elements that users remembered best. The idea was to place 3 chat boxes in the center of the interface and to clearly separate the different user elements, like the inbox and the gallery, in order to improve readability by following Gestalt principles. We designed the experience and the interface around cognitive overload to make players feel the pressure of an emergency situation. This work on the interface also led us to design the dialogue system, which plays a central role in the user experience.
For the dialogue system, there was 2 main technical issues that we had to manage. The first one was to create asynchronous chats, the 3 that are in the center of the interface, that are the main game, and also the inbox system that runs with a similar technique. And after it was done, we had to create many tools, especially the dialogue system, which powers the iterativity of the game designers. The goal was to contain all of the conversation in a chat, as you can see. We use different type of nodes to manage text, media receiving and sending, delays for the typing, and everything that the game designer could imagine so that they could iterate fast and so that they could iterate fast on all of the dialogue they had to write.
Finally, the morning comes, the timer stops, and you leave the chat rooms. The endgame shows you the consequences of your actions on the people you talk to. It doesn't really involve the man you scammed, but the women whose images you stole and leaked. After witnessing all of this, the player can construct their own sense of morality by deciding if getting money is worth it. Our content is meant to make people uncomfortable, and if you are not made uncomfortable, well, that's also a thing to explore. As a social experience, ASV was thought to provoke dialogue between these different kinds of perspectives. Yesterday confirmed that, with reactions going from disgust to laughter. ASV is what you make of it. We thank you for your attention and for giving life to this weird chat room with us. Thank you.
Thank you. First reactions. Who wants to testimony? Yeah. I'm going to change the starters. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Antoine. I'm a game designer at the Game Bakers. Thank you for the presentation. It was cool. The game was really interesting. I think like you made a lot, you wrote a lot, and so I had my experience with it from discussing with you and other people. I think many people can have different experiences, which is cool. I'm a bit bothered with like what you were trying to say. I think you just mentioned like social experiment and the way the player feels afterwards, which is interesting. But so there's the thing of the people you talk to who are sometimes creeps, and there's this topic and research you made. But then there is the person, the main character, right? And he's a creep as well, or they are a creep, like they're kind of a bad person, I think. And for me, I sort of failed to get into the experience because I failed to accept the premise at the start. I don't have money, but I don't really want to be doing that, but I'm in the position to do it. And I'm in a position to do it not exactly the way I want to, because like I would want to maybe, okay, I would be okay to con creeps online, but probably not doing it with the pictures of other people that didn't ask for anything. And so yeah, there's this just whole thing that I think maybe, yeah, I understood the urgency. I think there are stuff that are well done in the game to make you feel you're in that position, but maybe just the start and the premise, the setup, for me was kind of lacking something to make me feel I have to do this. And then, yeah, I felt disgusted, but I knew I had to do this. I had no other choice. And so I kind of can ask the questions. And so for me, I was just left with, I didn't really engage with the challenges because I didn't want to do this. So I would just quit conversations and, and so, yeah, I think for me, it was just a mixed bag for that. But yeah, I acknowledge that a lot was done. So congrats.
Hi, so Cécile from Focus. I do agree with what has just been said. I think something that is missing from your presentation is the mention of the playable character and the backstory you're giving them. Like when I started playing, at first, okay, I have this premise of my landlord wants money. Okay, but I didn't get like what you're showing in the trailer, which is, okay, we're going to find money and fast. So that was missing for me. So I thought I was just, hanging out, maybe relaxing a bit. And then I understand that the game wants me to extort money from people. And I understand that I'm a very bad person. And I understand that basically my family hates me. Maybe that's why I'm a bad person, I don't know. But, and you're mentioning agency in your presentation, but when I get to pick my nicknames between, I don't know, horny this and horny that and sexy this, you're not giving me agency. Like you're just making me want to disengage. Like I was 20-something in the early 2000s, and I didn't want to be one of those creeps that I had to suffer. And I know that you're saying, yeah, if you feel uncomfortable, you can leave at any time. But at the same time, you want us to feel uncomfortable. So you're putting us in a very weird situation, especially when we're here to jury. So we don't really get that choice of just say, okay, let's leave it here and go outside. So yeah. I think that's some very interesting stuff, and I think it could have worked either in making me do the bad stuff, but maybe with easing me into it first. I need a little staircase to go there, just not point blank. But yeah, it was interesting. I keep thinking about it since yesterday, so. Not every game does that. So, but yeah, I don't know. You made me very uncomfortable, and I did not really enjoy it, and I did not want to play again. So, thank you, and congrats for the work you. Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you.
Aloïs Carrez, NPC Deezer Dev. I disagree with both people that speak before me because I think it's not really a game, it's an experience. And if you want to disconnect from it because you feel uncomfortable starting it, it's a success. For me, it's a success. If someone wants to leave because it makes you uncomfortable, and that's what I... Okay, well. If you want to leave because you feel uncomfortable, I think it's completely a success because that's something some people around here, and I hope most of us, don't want to do. And for me, the entire experience, it's a 10-minute experience that completely succeeded in its premise. You did what you wanted to do in 10 minutes or less if you wanted to leave beforehand, I guess. And something you said at the start, like you hated what you did, but you want to come again. And to be fair, the first thing I did after breakfast was maybe I will go to ASV room and start again before presentation. I saw you were in the first quarter, so I said, well, maybe from lunch break, we'll see if I come back. But I think it's really nice, it's perfect. I'm really curious about how technically you did the complexity of the dialogues, what variation you can have, what thing you can make. And a question I have is, sometime with some dialogue, you can mix multiple media, one after the other. How did you manage to do something like that? Because if I share two pictures that aren't about the same person, am I cut about it? Because
so let's go back on the slide, just programming slide. So here you can see, do you see my mouse? Yeah. Here it's the node that we use for sending and receiving medias. And here we can see a little override. And these overrides are for people that send media first. So here, for example, they send me the images 033, and I can just in back like a character that just say, "What the fuck? You just send me my image, like you're a creep or go away." And we wanted to design our dialogue system more vertically than horizontally because we wanted the conversation to feel very short. And yes, we change the pacing for all the characters. We have a lot of diversity, but these nodes like this one are the ones that allows us to cut the conversation if you spend too much time thinking about it or looking at other screen. These are the main tools that we use to have a very dynamic and flowy conversation.
And also for the construction of dialogues, well, we wanted the player to, of course, maybe try to scam people, but we didn't want to be like, you have to do that. So we tried at the beginning of the conversation to give multiple choices, like choices being like, oh yeah, I'm going to be hot and sexy and send you pics, but also maybe an option that's like, I just want to talk. And probably the person will leave if you say that and they want something else. But at least you had a choice at the beginning. But once you choose to go in a direction, for instance, if you choose to pretend that you're going to be hot and sending nudes and whatever, well, you won't really have a choice to leave other than to quit the conversation because you've made your choice. You have to go with it. And we really wanted that to be like, okay, you need to assume what you're doing.
Well, y'all made a great job, so congrats.
Thanks.
And I'll come up again.
Hi, I'm from Spain, Vitoria, in the university. Well, we talked a lot yesterday, and we debate a lot, which is game design. So thanks again for that experience. I, of course, concur with everything that has been said. But I also talk with you about alternative narratives that can work better. I think that one of the problems that a lot of people here feel about what was off is that it, with the start, it tried to justify what your character is doing. Don't try to justify it. You are not the best person in the world. That's it. Period. Go for it. You don't want to play it. Okay, a Spec Ops The Line situation. Turn off the game. You go away. No problem. But don't justify it. Don't try to put a context. Or if you want, as I told you, create a narrative of a false justification. Yeah, you need the money, but for a new iPhone. Okay. Something that it's like, so I am really a bad person. Yeah, yes, you are. But delve into it. I think that's a really powerful way also to make the commentary that we all know you want to make, not taking away the possible immersion, not taking away again, that powerful message. The experience you have created is amazing. The system of dialogues you have created is amazing for the time you had, like amazing. Congratulations. It's mind-blowing. All the work you have put, the art is really on point. I really want to know possible artists you have used as reference, please, because I don't know if Paula Zaceta was one of them, but I see like a lot of him in your work, and it was amazing. I really loved it. I don't know if that was one of the cases.
It wasn't in our main inspirations, no. But
okay, well, if you don't know Paula Zaceta, please look for it. It's amazing, and you take some ideas from that art style. And again, I think that from the accessibility perspective, you could make the game more accessible by making it on different languages, because the French language barrier for me was, of course, a really difficult. And despite that, I understand a lot of things, and it was great. But you could make the gameplay more engaging, a little bit more like the puzzle that it actually is, giving, as I told you, more maybe in the picture or the audio section some clues of, this is going to be a salute, this is going to be for people that likes this. Things that maybe helps you to delve more into the creepy, horrible person you can be. Because, and again, I think that you have created an experience that is really good, but delve into it. If you want to make a commentary, don't go halfway. Go for it. I think that's the best you can do with this type of topics. But again, it was amazing. Congratulations. I also wanted to go back, I will be honest, because I was in my mind of trying to optimize gameplay, trying to think, well, maybe if I do this, I can do this. And I was horrible feeling for myself. But yes, you make that game. So go for it. Please don't stop trying to make games about social commentary like this. Don't stop making them, but take care of the message you try to convey. That's the only thing. But congratulations. Please feel amazing for the amazing work you have done.
Thank you. I'm just going to answer a bit to the justification part first, because it was a real question of who is our character, what do we want to do with it, and we iterated a lot on that. And the reason why we wanted them to have a rent to pay and all of this is that the question in the end is, do you want others to be your victims, or are you going to be yourself a victim? And that's why, in the end, your character can be in the consequences if you didn't pay your rent. So it was kind of like, is it me or is it going to be them? And that was the kind of moral dilemma that we wanted to create. But we totally understand that there could have been other options, of course. Thank you.
Émeric Monceau, senior producer. Gestalt, Zerfall and Handheld, you make a really neat presentation. Thank you very much for this great work of communication. It was really good to me. But I have a problem with your message. I think, but I will ask you, there is maybe a lack of consistency in your message. I explain myself. I played to this game yesterday. Great work, really well done to me. It's giving the context. It's not an easy context to do this first year project. And I learned something. I had a listen, and we could discuss. It was really interesting, and I think the experience was more and more inform people about this kind of behavior, and maybe learn how to react to this kind. And maybe it's not the best thing to do to be selfish and think to pay rent, and maybe let these people alone. But in this presentation with the trailer, it begins like, say, in my interpretation, stall people, flirt with people, and there was a sentence you say, oh, it was disgusting, I want to play again. So I'm a bit lost because I don't understand what is the experience you are delivering. Is it like a Grand Theft Auto? We invite you to have bad behavior, and it's okay. It's a game, and you can steal a car. It's okay. Or or do you want to have maybe a more moralistic experience? It's not an opinion, it's really a question about what is the message building by the game. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. It's also a real issue we had with what do we want to say, and with the whole moral dilemma thing, what do we want to do with it? And we didn't want to be moralizing, but we did want to show you that your actions had consequences. So it was like a very subtle balance to find. So what we wanted at first was simply to make visible what happens on these chat rooms, because many people don't really know about it, or they know because of a friend or something. So we wanted to give them this experience, even if here it's very much softened, like it's way more harsh in reality. But still, we wanted to show how far it could go. And sorry, I'm trying to remember what you asked.
It's okay. Thank you for this answer. I understand it's really tricky to find what is the good communication for a sensitive subject, this one. That was my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Lou from the Game Bakers. I'm gonna try not to talk for too long because it's been going on for a while already. I think I didn't really like the experience, and I needed a lot of time to try to put words on it and understand how I felt about it. I think there's a misunderstanding about the concept of agency, like in the game, because if you've seen these chat rooms and like in real life, people are not paid to be monsters. Like men are being monsters for free. And in this game, you are given a lot of incentive to, like, yeah, you have to pay your rent, you have no choice, your mother hates you, your ex-wife hates you, like everybody hates you, and so you're kind of given these excuses and these like it was said before, justifications to be a monster. And then when you're put in a room where your only choice is you have to find money, and so the only way to get it is to be a monster. And so if this is the only option I have, then it doesn't really make sense to give any kind of judgment on this, because I have no choice. It's like in BioShock when you're like, oh, all along you were following instructions. Yeah, I mean, it's a game, right? What choice do I have? I can just quit the game. And if the same game had been made without all this incentive, then it would have been a choice from the player to be a monster or not. But here, there's no choice at all. And so if there's no choice, there's no agency, and there's nothing to comment on. And so I think it's really not... I didn't find it appropriate to do all of these at once. I felt like there was at some point a choice that needed to be made during the design of this game, and that it has not been made. And so you end up with something that's very messy, and that, at least for me, fails to deliver any sort of message, because it can't be all of this at once. It can't see all of that at once.
Hi, Natalie, Ubisoft, Düsseldorf, senior user researcher. I don't know if you all play the same game, but there was a sense of agency. So you could really choose not to be a douchebag and just end the chat. Or as has been presented here, the moment you have or make the decision to go into the conversation, you're locked into that state. So I kind of disagree with the negative feedback so far, because I don't think you get the message, because it was super simple. From the moment you opened the chat room and started to play, it made you so uncomfortable. And if you didn't, I think there's something wrong with you. And I think this is exactly what the game is trying to provoke, or that conversation on cyber pornography. So I think this is very well succeeded here. So it is an educational game in that classic sense. So I think that is well done. And when it comes to my character being perceived as a monster, me not having agency, I don't know. It is part of the experience that you have a context of either you find the money or you get evicted. Even if it would have been an iPhone, I mean, it would be even less a good option. But you can kind of still go into the experience, and the part where you start making choices, it feels morally wrong. And this is where you as a person outside of the player comes in, right? So you have the player persona, but you also have you as a person that plays the game, and it kind of really triggers that conversation very well to kind of, oh right, I don't know if it's really worth it. And if it is worth it, again, I think, I'll just stop here. I really enjoy the game. I really like it from everything that it's trying to do, and I kind of sad to hear a lot of negative feedback on a subject that is so simple. Maybe it's because they're not women, or I don't know. Like, I'm currently playing Arc Raiders, and the first question that I get if I open my chat, are you a woman? Like, why does it matter? Why does it matter? We have 2026. So I think this actually really feeds into that overall where we are in the world, in the society. So it's a very good game in terms of provoking that educational context. So just my 2 cents on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And what is sure that it managed to engage huge discussion on the subject. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
So congrats. And so let's have a break. I think we deserve it. Thank you. And let's meet again at about 10 minutes. Hi. So please get seated. Welcome back. We will have 2 more teams this morning. So first, I would like you to help me welcome Experiment.
Greetings. We welcome you to our Center of Entrapment and Research for Extramundane Subjects, also known as CERES. Our goal is to confine and study the threats and unexplained anomalies of our world in order to protect humanity. You will be required to open and close doors to assist your colleagues in a safe evacuation. It all depends on you, Guardian. Do not let us down. Greetings. We welcome you to our Center of Entrapment and Research for
Hello, Guardians. We're excited to present you Experiments, a horror thriller video game in which you play as John Curbis, the new security guard at CERES, an offshore complex dedicated to the study of supernatural entities. Following a series of events, an entity escapes from its containment and starts attacking employees. You have to use the terminal in the monitoring room to try to ensure the employees' safety during this crisis. Let's get into this.
As the entity runs through the corridors, she gets inside every room in sight to attack the employees. Your mission is to track the entity using the movement detectors on the map and close the doors to save the employees before she can get inside and kill them. If you're not careful enough, the entity is going to slip through your hands and unleash hell in the whole complex. We kept in sight the 3 main pillars while designing Experiment. We wanted to focus on the terminal with the 1 command away pillar, a main tension with the losing control aspect of the game, and we wanted the player to feel totally overwhelmed during the experience. For the terminal, we wanted the game to be defined by its use of the command terminal to be the most important feature of the game. Every interaction the player has with the complex and with the world requires the proper command. This terminal is your only weapon, trustworthy but demanding and rough. The way we had to think this terminal as our only way to interact led us to make Experiment resolve about a main dynamic. The player has to look at the map on the left monitor to gather information and track the entity, but is forced to temporarily let down his guard to interact with the world. The story of Experiment seems basic at first glance. The bad guy breaks free from jail, you work for the good guys and have to save the good guys from the bad guy. At least, that is what CERES tell you. In reality, the player rapidly discovers that he's stuck between 2 parties with unclear motivation. CERES and Supervisor Lucy are curiously very cold and mysterious and seemingly hiding something from you. And on the other side, the entity, which despite its violence, seems to be sentient, communicates in its own way and seemingly acts because of a personal grudge with CERES. This old rivalry is voluntarily left to interpretation to the player, for him to piece together the story in his own way, leading to theory and debate with other players.
As mentioned earlier, experiment is set in a remote scientific complex, though you spend most of your time in John's office, the monitoring room. It's an isolated room tucked away in the middle of the complex, filled with props and memorabilia that reveal clues about the character we play. Since the game takes place around the early 1990s, but includes sci-fi elements, we drew inspiration from cassette futurism and retro technology, adding a top-secret military edge inspired by works like Control or SCP, to reinforce the feeling that you're working for something bigger than yourself. The complex itself is dysfunctional, rusty, and disorganized, as you can see in John's room. This was intentional. We wanted players to never feel fully safe in their environments, always aware that a pipe could collapse or something could crawl out of the ventilation system at any moment. It was important for us to characterize the entity that John releases on that fateful day and gather as many elements as we could to define it. We thought it would be interesting for it to be obsessed with something abstract yet very precise, like reshaping the world to a liking, regardless of the suffering it would cause. An unexplainable compulsion to change our environment for something comforting and organic. We took inspiration from the shapes found in Art Nouveau architecture and applied them to something more grotesque and horrific. The Resident, as it's called within series, recycles the flesh of its victims to decorate her surroundings. She's not only seeking revenge on those who imprisoned her, but also trying to change our whole reality. This is also reflected in how she interacts with the player's computer, creating low-quality, eerie pictures and reusing secret series documents as a way to communicate with the player.
The game sound design adapts based on the entity progress. Initially, the sound design is intended to be realistic in terms of its specialization in design. When the entity gains the upper hand, the sound becomes much more abstract, leaving room with the player's imaginations. The music was composed with several references in mind. Okay. The first was Akira for its reverberant drums, which convey a sense of immensity. The second one was Zone of Interest and its melody, which underscore an invisible aura. And the last was the Tristan chord invented by Wagner, which evoke a sense of despair. And when we combine all of that, we got the music of Experiment.
We've talked about the Resident earlier. We needed a way for her to behave and move within the complex. After experimenting with Godot's pathfinding system, we found it was overkill for our use case and decided to use a predefined path system instead. Here you can see the path the Resident follows in section B1 of the map of the complex, for example. The player can use the terminal to open or close doors within the complex. When they do so, the path of the Resident is recalculated, so she can go in a room, for example. If the player is not careful enough and leaves the door open, the Resident will enter the room and attack the employees. The terminal is the most crucial part of experiments, since it's the only way the player can interact with the world around them. We put a lot of effort into making a terminal that feels real, since Godot does not offer the tools to create an in-game terminal easily. We even implemented some quality of life features, such as a command history and auto-completion to help new users. Doing so also makes experienced terminal users feel right at home.
The terminal is our main way of interacting with the game. It's important that it doesn't create friction where we don't want it. We solved this by using colors that have been shown to make text easier to read on website. We also include error message that help players find a solution by providing clues on how to successfully execute a command. The terminal is the most crucial part of experiment. That's the only way to player. Sorry. We also experience a challenge with onboarding. We introduce more storytelling elements in the guided learning experience in a controlled environment to make learning less cognitively demanding. However, we realized that this wasn't enough, especially in an experience that lasts only 10 minutes. We added a video to our installation to simulate early stage employee training. It helps players to understand the experience, providing more context and making them feel less lost. Experiment installation reinforced our message through 3 components. The first is the use of the light, which is absent during the game, but turn red the moment it restarts, revealing in our game environment to be invaded by flesh. The second element is smoke. At the beginning of the game, the smoke is used to create an oppressive and esoteric atmosphere. Later in the game, when the door explodes, more smoke is added to simulate the entity impact on the room. Finally, we switch the audio output from the headset to the speaker hidden in the room. The headset purpose is to immerse the player in the classic gaming environment. The audio output then switch to the speaker, marking the creature transition into the real world.
Thank you for your attention. Thank you for having played the game yesterday. You can still play the games today and tomorrow. We hope you enjoyed the experiment. Thank you, graduates.
I think there are some entities in the room. So who wants to share feedback? Yeah, I arrive.
Hello, Lucas, Ubisoft Bordeaux, producer. So first of all, thank you for the presentation, also for the way you choose your room for your the PlayStation. It was nice. The feedback I have is I feel like your pillars are good, but things went too quickly for me because when I played, I was overwhelmed super fast, and I didn't have the time to understand what was going to happen and what currently I have to do, you know, because the first situation I was is someone is speaking to me and telling me that I need to open a specific door on a specific map, and I do not find the door, you know. So I'm like, okay, that's fishy, but I have to do it. And when you do that, of course, the resident is on his killing spree, and then you are overwhelmed. I think it would be interesting if you added like 1 or 2 sequences where you are actually doing the job you have to do, which is basically helping people going through those, so I can just use the system, understand what's going on, and then losing control little by little without the frustration of trying to understand what's going on. Because at some point, what happened is I let everybody die because I had to struggle to switch between screens, understand which door I have to close, being flamed by my director that is saying, hey, what's going on, what are you doing? And I never had the feeling of losing this control because I never had this control at the start, you know. Overall, that's my feedback. If you manage to have this situation first, I feel like you could empower your experience a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback. Who wants? Yeah.
Hello, Guillaume, Ubisoft level designer. So I'm agree with Luca. I already told you that yesterday that we are very quickly overwhelmed. So same feedback. If you spread your features a bit more, it could be easier for the player to understand what he needs to do. But overall, thanks for the experience, because with a small of mise en situation setup, a small of setup, we are quickly in the situation. I got goosebump on my arm. I was not assured, I was afraid. So congratulations to that, it works. And yeah, otherwise, congratulations.
Hi, so Cécile from Focus. So we talked a little bit about it yesterday, but you were not all of you were there. There are things that I love in the experiment. I really like this premise of doing command line only. It feels both very retro and very powerful. You know, you're like, yeah, I'm a super user, I can do anything. I wish you had planned for your players to be super smart and add something like, you know, comment est-ce qu'on dit? Bref. Ferme toutes les portes, ouvre toutes les portes, something like that. You know, maybe with a little side hint, hidden something somewhere on your table or desk. I'm also a little bit disappointed that you didn't go for the full 2 real screens. I know that you wanted your 3D artist to work, so then you could have used this to hide something within the game environment, you know, and add something extra. I agree with the rhythm feedback, like it starts very fast and then it never, you know, you have the right to, you know, sometime maybe slow down the monster a little bit, give me a little bit of a breather, just to take me back all the stronger later. So there is something here that could be improved. And I know that you have the resources to do it. And another praise would be for the intro cinematic, like this little briefing you get. I think it puts you into the, like, you understand what you're going to do, you understand the layout of the station, so that's cool. Yeah, I'm going to stop here. Thank you very much.
Hello, it's me again, Alois, editor, dev. Really nice experience. I hate being afraid, and I was, so good job. I turned my head in the real world just to be sure you weren't going to spook me behind, so yeah. I thought about it, it's a nice experience. The entire design of the space, the 3D space, is amazing, and it works really well. The screen as well works really well. I talked with you about the feature you wanted to add and that were removed to ease the player into the game. And I want to extend that question to the tech guy. Did you, because everything is really clean once again, it's something I'm gonna say about most of your teams as well, but for you, did you cut something because of a technical difficulty, and why?
I've talked about it in the presentation. We experimenting with a pathfinding system, so something that is more like an AI, but I didn't really make it work in the game, and we didn't have much time. I couldn't really experiment with it, so I decided to just implement the predefined path system instead.
No shame in cutting something when you see you have an experiment, you have 30 days to do something, and you chose to cut something difficult just to fit your program and what you had to do for the exercise. There is no shame in that, it's really great, so good job for you.
Thank you.
And your entire team as well.
Hey guys, Nicolas Asri, I'm a student at EDU. Just congratulations on the project. I had lots of fun. You really nailed the ambience, like the immersion, everything was perfect. I love the switch between the game and the real world. I shot myself. That was really good. I just had a question on the narrative side. Like, how do you why the need of putting the player in the flesh of John instead of just like himself or herself? Because I just wanted to know what is need to put the player in a specific character.
We thought it will be more impactful for the end of the game if during the whole 10 minutes you play as someone who was recruited by Ceres to do the guard and to use the terminal. But at the very end, the very last image you have of the game is the entity talking to, not to John, but to the player directly. We thought it will be more impactful.
To add to this, there's that. And also, I think it's interesting to have a full horror game experience where you have a character that you play who has a backstory. That's why he has a picture of himself and his dog. And so you feel that you're expecting it to be a video game. So when the entity leaves the game, it's more surprising. And I think in a way, the whole experience is some kind of memory of John, and a way to trap the entity in the computer that has the game installed.
Yeah, hello, Lucy. I'm indie game dev and co-head of the programmer section. I want well done. The game is awesome. It's a type of game I love playing, so I really want to love your game. But I want to know how often you playtested.
We had the chance to playtest with young high school students two times. One at the beginning of May and one at the end of May. And we organized some playtests at the end of the production. Plus the playtests we had in interns in the team. So we had a focus on playtest specifically to test the fear emotion. And often we had the result that it's really difficult to have a fear emotion in all situations. So that's why with our playtest we focused on the mise en scène, the scene in the place, in the room.
Okay, thank you. I think for me you didn't playtest it enough. For this type of game you need to playtest it all the time. Yesterday someone told me about the guerrilla playtest, taking someone, grabbing him by the collar and putting him in front of the computer to see how the game reacts to the player. And this is what your game lacks, I think, because with more playtests you would have seen that some of your intentions were not well transcribed by your gameplay. Like what you told us about John and things like that. I'm pretty sure a lot of players don't know the name of the character at the end of the experience and don't see that entity is talking to them directly. So yeah, I think playtest it more and always.
For being more accurate, we have done 7 playtests at the production.
Okay, maybe we're gonna stop here because, oh, you want to say something more? Go ahead.
We did a few playtests during the very early stages of the game because we wanted to know how far we can go in the puzzly scheme. So the more we advance to the game, to the development of the game, the less playtests we did. And that's probably something we had to think of for future times.
Thank you so much. So let's congratulate the team. And let's welcome the last team of this morning, Per Aspera.
Hi everyone, stay with me until the lunch. Today we are going to present you our Master 1 project called Per Aspera Ground Control. This is a 4-player asymmetric co-op game set in the final minutes before the end of the world. Let's watch a little video together. As you might have guessed, Per Aspera is in Per Aspera, one player is sent alone toward an apocalyptic threat in the sky. One player is sent alone toward an apocalyptic threat in the sky wearing a flying suit, while 3 others remain in the control room trying to keep them alive from a distance. They have to read procedures, solve failures, offer support over the radio, and arm the bomb before it's too late. The game is built around one promise: you are the last team that can stop the end of the world, the last chance, and you will probably fail. And it's okay. It's okay, it was really, really hard, and at least you were together. To deliver this promise, we chose 3 pillars. Emergency, everything is happening now. The team The team has very little time, incomplete information, and no perfect solution. One isn't enough. Even the player rushing toward the threat depends on the others. Survival comes from coordination, trust, and above all, communication. Mutual aid brings joy. Per Aspera is tense, but it's also generous. It's about the strange happiness of being useful to someone else, especially when they need you the most. And now Alice will explain how those intentions become playable through our asymmetric gameplay.
So the whole thing about our games is that it is in fact three games working together. We have the player who plays the hero, the player who plays the operators, and everything that happens between them. The hero is an Everest runner video game where you try to dodge all the obstacles coming your way as you're going toward the threat. It is designed to be, to be difficult. It is designed not to be succeedable alone. You will need the help of a team on the ground. The hero has a need to communication toward his team. They will be the only one to see not only what is happening on the outside, but also on their flying suit. And to fix it in an efficient way, they will need to tell where it is broken and how. For the operator, it is three players playing an escape-like game in a room, but instead of trying to escape this room, they're trying to provide as much assistance as possible. They are in a room of a deceased operator that lets protocol and information around, and they're the only one who can not only fix the suit as the hero try to reach their common goal, but also bring in protocols that could make the run easier, or even just succeed at all. In here, the communication is necessary because the hero has information they don't have, but they also can bring in information about what is going on their side, and that all during the run. In the room where the operator are, they have a screen that is heavily inspired by the NASA and the ESA, as we are trying to create the environment of a space agency. This screen shows not only the place where they can enter the codes and the pattern they found, but also a log on the left where they get feedback about what the code they enter do, as well as a map on the right where they can see where the hero is and how far is he at the end of his journey. They also do have a cam where they see the hero, but exactly like in a control room of the NASA, this cam is not of good quality and doesn't show everything. They will need communication with the hero to get all the information they need. This is not enough.
In the world of Per Aspera Ground Control, the Celestial Exploration Agency is a small research center where a few passionate scientists quietly study the sky. One of them, a lonely pioneer, has been secretly working on a flying suit to reach the clouds. But when a phenomenal threat appears in the sky, he tries to destroy it alone and fails. Now, 4 of his colleagues step into his office and find themselves responsible for the last possible launch. This story also guided the visual identity of the game, and Audrey will now explain how.
World, even though people haven't explored the skies yet, technology is still quite advanced. We used codes of the sci-fi genre to expose it to the players in the UI, in the buildings in the world, and the character design. We wanted to evoke nostalgia too by using pioneer aerospace tech, early 2000 sci-fi aesthetics, and cybercore. Another pillar of our project is vulnerability. We wanted the player to feel that danger and strain was inevitable. For that, we designed the player character prototype suit with apparent bolts and wires, clips and belts. The suit breaks down often and needs repairing often with the operator's help. The body is visible and frail, and for the player character's proportions, we chose a stylized approach with round shapes and elongated limbs that appear larger through camera distortion. Inspired by 80s sci-fi aesthetics, these softer forms help create a nostalgic and inviting world worth protecting, in contrast to the danger the players are facing.
As you may already observed, the volunteer's path is a linear level design, where we go through different sky biomes at a relatively high speed. This requires the use of a significant number of assets and environment to support at least an 8-minute run. Therefore, to optimize memory usage, we chose to cut the run in chunks or levels, which are unloaded once they are passed and out of sight. Meanwhile, the next one are just gradually loaded during the progression of the game. And to hide the loading, we had to use strategies like waiting for the player to pass through clouds to obstruct their vision so they cannot see the environment popping in.
In the run-up part, throughout the environment, we wanted the player to feel like they are on a journey. During his travel, he flies through different ambiances, like the time is passing too rapidly. It flows seamlessly from the golden hour to twilight, then into the storm, before arriving in space. All the atmospheres and events come together with the level design to create varied pacing, so the player remains captivated and emotionally engaged. It alternates between chill, beautiful, contemplative moments, such as the aurora or the big island, and harder moments that put pressure on the player. For example, the meteor announced the thunderstorm, during which the level becomes more difficult.
This world is different, yet similar to ours. We wanted players to have these nostalgic vibes, and to protect this world, they don't want to leave it behind. On the other side, the threat is the unknown. You don't understand what is happening. It's strange. You have two eyes looking at us, and at the end, you are enveloped in this threat.
Lastly, for the operator's room, we created a lived-in workplace as if it belonged to someone who truly mattered to his colleagues. We also built a non-diegetic lighting narrative, evolving with the sound design from cold blue tones to stranger colors as the threat gets closer. Let's have a look now on the sound design system with Vincent.
So the soundscape evolved throughout this project. We started with the intention of building a form of storytelling through strange events passing through the player's ears. But as our vision changed, it became necessary to shift to a new perspective. We defined two goals around sound design. The first was to give players basic feedbacks and a sense of embodiment, whether they are in the suit or back in ground control. The second goal was the real challenge, making sure people could communicate clearly when one of them is alone with a headset and the other three are listening through a 4.1 speaker system. The volunteer only hears their own engines and the objects passing by. Their run ends in space, where there is no sound except their own suit. After a few seconds, they will discover distorted voices forming the shape of the threat. For the operators, they hear through the ambience the sounds of their world slowly dying. Sorry for that. People leaving ground control and the storm caused by the threat. Although the players are spatially separated, they can still hear the non-diegetic music at the end of the game, which creates an emotional connection and signals the end of the experience.
So, just before we end, we wanted to talk about what is one of the main challenges we had with this game, which is obviously the balancing of three systems together. It required a lot of iteration and a lot of playtest, because we had all the heroes part and the operator part who bring their own challenge, and we had an idea of a difficulty which was supposed to be pretty high, although solvable. What we did was test each part as much as we can, and as soon as possible put them together, and then iterate and adjust again and again as much as we could, in order to have a final game which is part of multiple games together, but that is balanced the way we wanted originally.
Thank you for your listening, and if you have any question, please do.
Hello, Alois, Edizer, Dev. Great presentation. Great presentation. I think it's really nice. I had the opportunity to see what the heroes does, which I couldn't do because I was failing in the other room, and with my 2 other colleagues, by the way. I'm not the only one. It's a great installation, I think. The only downside I think I had, and I wasn't the only one in my team, is it's a bit short, which is a good thing, and you succeeded in making it a 10-minute experience, so it's not an issue. I would have another question for the tech side of things. I'm UI dev, mostly, and I'm surprised you used levels instead of the world partition system now. Is there a reason for that, or why?
Yeah, we were on Unreal Engine, and in fact, I think it was. In fact, we wanted to have more control on when it was. Yes, when we make appear things, and when we didn't want them to pop, just to have more control on when, and also because for the project currently there was we've used a spline, and for the other member of the team, it was more it was easier for them to have this technique instead of the other.
Okay, no problems. Yeah, another question. Which UI did you use?
Which what?
Which UI? 5.3, 5.2, 5.7?
Oh yeah, it's 5.6.
Okay, nice. Well, congrats for your game. It was really fun. I would hope to do it again, but maybe I won't have the time.
Hello everyone, thank you for the presentation. So again, Guillaume Abans, level designer at Ubisoft. So on my side, I did the 2 jobs, pilot and operators. So first of all, great job, because the experience is very cool. I particularly like the escape game, I think in the short time it was a big challenge. It's also an axe of amelioration, because it's really short. So on this part, it's really difficult to access to the puzzle, to understand what we need to do. So in a way, you succeeded, but I think you will need to rework the difficulty, because the mental charge is a bit high on this part. And on the other side, on the pilot side, it's quite straightforward. There is no much things to do. I would like to have more interaction with the crew, more puzzle. There is one with the bomb to see if we have the good one. I think I would like to have more of them, because yeah, my only goal on the pilot is to avoid the obstacle. On this part also, I feel that the control is a bit rough. I got some difficulty to move. I really have the feeling that I am on the rail, and the rail is quite constraining. So if you could fix that, I think the experience will be more better. And yeah, and for the result, the first time we failed, but the second time we succeed. So congratulations! I think it was a good experience, and yeah, congrats.
Thank you.
I didn't play the game, so I will focus on so I'm still Emeric Manceau, senior producer. It was a extremely good work of communication. Thanks a lot for that. The purpose was clear, the visuals are clear, you are fluent, and what I appreciate is I can feel this teamwork. You all have badges on your black teachers. That's a good image. Thanks a lot for you as a team to play this game too. Okay, we represent a project, we have this kind of funny stuff. Doing editing with video shot just yesterday, that's a great idea. That's a great idea, really involving us as teachers, as evaluators. And finally, it's more important on this kind of experiment you are lucky to have here in this first year context. You told us what you learned during this project. It's extremely important for you as a team, for you individually, and for us as professionals. It's interesting to think, okay, they reflect about what they were learning, and you are at school. Huh, you are learning. So it's great. Thank you very much for that. I encourage you for the next year to at least have this reflection of what we are learning during our experience and maybe communicate it in your next presentation for M2 presentation. So sorry, I don't have any question. I just want to say great job. Thank you.
Thank you
very
for
much.
your kind words. Thank you.
Hi, so Cécile from Focus. I wanted to thank you for making an escape game. Like, I think it's the first time I've played one at any Enjmin jury. So there were obviously before you, but not that I know of. So, I mean, it hasn't happened in a little while. I think it's also understandable why some students would make the choice of not making an escape game, because obviously it comes with a lot of issues, like setting the space that you didn't have access to for, well, you get me. I also wanted to thank you for making, of course, it's an apocalypse game, but there is hope. So we ran on hope for our 15 minutes together, and it was great. And it was nice also to let some players role play, such as Jaime, who did an awesome job at that. And also for like, okay, so you are still using a flat screen, like a couple of flat screens actually, but still, like we had the opportunity to play in the space, and it was a nice change of pace within the roster of this year. So thank you for that. We had a nice time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So, yes, I love escape rooms, but yesterday I was so tired. I was lucky and have the best companions with both sides of the brain functional, not as me. So they solved most of the puzzles, and yeah, I just keep trying the flying suit working. And then just two pieces of information that could be tricky. On one side, I was absolutely convinced that my partner with the flying suit was wearing VR glasses. I thought it was the natural way. And in that sense, when we asked him to, can you see the bomb? I just tell him, okay, look behind you, look behind you. Because I thought he was wearing VR glasses. And yes, he did it. Okay, I will, whatever. Yeah. So that piece of information, because yes, it was my fault. I figure it was VR, but I have no that information at first. So I was convinced he was with that information also. And at the same time, just a quick one. Most engineering diagrams shows front and back. The information for the puzzles to fix the flying suit is showing the back, but I have not that information also. So there's some people, because yeah, my left arm is not working properly. I have a lot of people having some issues with left and right. But with the diagram, I don't see if the diagram is showing me the front or showing me the back. So I have to miss one opportunity just to see, okay, it's the other way around, because you were showing from the point of view of the guy in the swimming suit. I'm sorry, in the flying suit. The hot, okay, you know. So that's all. It's just a simple guidance to make that diagram clear for that people. Okay, but anyway, congrats, you done great. I enjoyed it.
Thank you for your feedback.
I want to add a little bit more. Not because of the bomb thing, which was, I feel really stupid. That was my problem. No problem at all. But to add a little more thing, like for the operator to be in VR will be amazing. Also, like it will be cool. It's true that you won't be able to see the shoot, but it will be really cool. The possibility maybe to change between first person, third person, don't know, like it could be really, really cool. Also from the accessibility perspective, just adding to the interface of the others, the left, right, just to indicate it, just that could be really cool. I also want to say that I always will congratulate people that make escape rooms, because I know that for game design a lot of people talk about board games, but escape rooms are really, really cool experiences to try to design. It's a more 3D experience, and I think that you nailed it. You nailed it. And you create an experience that I agree with my colleague talking about, that it's not the same, it's not as engaging maybe the operator experience as the others, but it's true that you have to keep focus. But I have one question. Can you make the operator part without colliding with anything? Is it possible? It is not. I can be really, really good with the movement, but it's not possible. I hate you a little bit more now, but but now I feel less bad with myself. I get the point that sometimes, yeah, you want to force that that damage, but no, it's a tricky decision. But above all, it was an amazing experience. You did a great job. The plays were really well made. The narrative and how you present it, I also love it, because I think you present the main information in the best way possible. So congratulations for creating the best experience you could with what you have and delivering an amazing experience. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, Lucas, Ubisoft Bordeaux, producer. I had one question for you. So I was in the operator room, just to let you know. I didn't play the hero. Yeah. My question is, you have quite a huge visual team and a lot of assets, it seems, to produce. How did you manage your visual backlog? And how did you own it? Like, is one person doing only, I don't know, the cloud, for example, or I don't know, just the environment? And my second question is, did you had a backup plan if you could not achieve your visual backlog, and how it would impact your game? Thank you.
So we were two artists on the core team. Angela is more 3D. More of a 3D artist, and I'm more a 2D artist, but I also do 3D. So I can quite easily do 2D sprites and stuff. So if we ever had problems to do all the assets we wanted in 3D, we could have added 2D sprites. We already used a lot of 2D in our game. We could have used even more. It would be possible. And we divided the work between first what we wanted to do each, but also we shared a lot of work. For example, I made the character, but not the animations. It was Angela. So we really tried to stay in the stuff we wanted to make and the skills we had to better fit the project.
Yeah, I actually focus on the environment and learning on Unreal Engine how to make the level sequencer to change ambiances and things like that. And we were short on time for the UI, for example. So we asked for help for other team, like Lauren just here, and Orlan Guillon joined us in mid-month in 25%, and she helps a little bit on a lot on VFX and aspects, yes.
And optimization.
Okay.
Optimization, yeah, optimization.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just looking at this extra reaction. Yeah. Jaime.
Like from the narrative perspective, we are all heroes. You are heroes. There is not just one hero, so be proud of your work. We are all heroes, and you above else have created a hero experience for everyone. So congratulations, please, to all of you.
Thank you.
So thank you. Congratulations to the team of this morning. And let's have a lunch break. Thanks for the exchanges. And so, well, see you at 2. We start again at 2. Thank you.
Comme eux! Réveille-toi!
Les lumières sont pas loin. Leur brutal vient de pousser sur les copains de Clichy. Il faut se préparer à faire le coup de feu. Tiens, attrape ce chasse-peau.
David, David, David gros con.
Salut, tu m'entends? C'est bon, ça, c'est pas trop fort?
Hi again. I let you find your seats. We're gonna start again. I think the heat outside is so heavy. It's good that we don't last too long this afternoon, so let's go back to it. And please welcome the first team of this afternoon, Blair of Brats. Faux départ, on dit. Où est la tablette? I haven't checked that it wasn't working, so we just fix that and we start again. So everything is back. So let's start again and let's welcome Blair of Brats.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Blair of Brat presentation. During this speech we are going to talk about our games, our intention with it, its game mechanic, but also its artistic and sound universe, and a little bit about some accessibility feature we made. But before diving in, let's first see the game trailer. So, what is Blair of Brats? It's a versus card game where you play as two siblings in a room altered by their imagination. Your main goal is simple: fight each other until one of you wins. But don't make too much noise, because you don't want to wake up the wolf sleeping nearby.
Thank you very much, Eoin, and thank you everyone for being here. So, for me, I'm going to explain to you a little bit the pillar of our game. So, the first one here is the fast-paced fighting games. I think it's kind of self-explanatory. It's the most of it mainly comes from the juicy combat design. Then we have the fun and easy-to-learn one. That is for us the most important part when it came to making a couch party game. And last but not least, we have Childhood Wonder, where we wanted to recreate scenes from our childhood and that we think could connect with our players.
Okay, so your goal in Blair of Brats is to beat your sibling in a best of 3 without waking up the big bad wolf, who is actually your parent. You can track your progress by using 2 closely connected elements. First of all, there is the life bar. So the life bar is actually shared between both players, like a tug of war. When you hit your opponent, you gain life while they lose it. It follows our goal to create a fun and easy to learn game where everyone can have easy and satisfying comebacks, or even beat their opponent without taking any damage. And for the soundbar, it follows our childhood wonder pillar. You know, that feeling of trying to not make too much noise while you played with your sibling. It also adds some unique interaction to the fast-paced gameplay by changing the tempo. At first, it was a victory condition, but during production, it changed to a threat for both players. Basically, the soundbar fills up when you hit your opponent, break objects, or pop balloons. And when the bar is full, the big bad wolf wakes up. He will try to catch anyone who made too much noise. Visually, a wolf overlays appears on screen and chases the players. If you get caught, you're stunned for a few seconds, which gives the player a perfect opening to hit you.
So for the object, it's almost the only way of dealing damage into the game. So we have 3 of them. At first, the pencil, kind of like a sword. Then the pistol gum with a ranged weapon. And at last, the box glove. All of them can be used to hit enemies at a pretty close range or can be thrown at enemies at a long distance. They have a limited number of usage before breaking down, which add variety to the gameplay. Now for the combat loop, you can see it right there. It's fairly simple as it mostly depends on whenever the player is in a winning position or not and if he has an item or not. Our philosophy when it comes to the combat loop is that we wanted fast-paced and pretty short fights, allow for different approach to combat and finding variation using object and the different level design. We did study it in order to balance the different phases of gameplay to have a neutral, an advantage and a disadvantage phase. And then we let the losing player use some defensive mechanics. For example, if you have the right timing, you could grab an item that has been thrown at you.
And now we'll be talking about the artistic universe. So for the artistic direction, it's inspired by memories of our childhoods, a glimpse into children's imagination, storybooks, and theatrical play. As you can see here, we had like big shapes for the character, very colorful VFX and color palette, flat UI, and cardboard stylized UI, and props for the background. And these elements will be shown in the background environment and the characters that we created.
As for the environment, the final layout of the arena is inspired by children's bedtime stories in a fantasy world rather than a strict medieval scene and playgrounds. We have a lot of elements to represent their playground and wolf silhouette, as Jules said, on the wall to represent the parents. We chose to have the scene by night with a bright arena in the center for better readability. The mix of elements alongside the character costumes creates a playful make-believe theater feeling where imagination has no rules and mimicking the childhood creativity.
So both characters are between the ages of 6 and 8, each with a different costume. These costumes are more than just character designs. They're a reflection of childhood imagination. Children often use simple costumes to become whoever they want to be, turning an ordinary space into a world of adventure. And Max, the older brother, wears a dinosaur costume because dinosaurs embody strength and adventure, and fascination that many children have with prehistoric creatures. It reflects his desire to be brave and powerful while still embracing playful imagination. His younger sister Ash wears a robot costume representing curiosity and invention. Robots are often associated with building, experimenting, and imagining the future, reflecting a different kind of childhood fantasy. And together, these two characters, they create a playful contrast between past versus future, while remaining rooted in the universal experience of children pretending to be larger-than-life heroes. After defining the characters, we apply the same childhood imagination language to the key visuals of the game. The menu, logo, and versus screen all follow a fun, colorful, and fantasy-driven direction. The goal is to make the player immediately feel like they've entered a playful, imagined arena, where everything is exaggerated, vibrant, and rooted in childlike wonder rather than realism.
The game sounds change based on 2 factors, the soundbar and the health bar. As for the health bar, crowd sound will react to the amount of so crowd sound will react to the amount of health remaining for each player. Example, blue will lose some health and trigger the crowds to react.
and the crowd will react to the danger mode in the second video here.
As for the soundbar, the impact sounds of it will become increasingly prominent. The music will grow in intensity, and each time the soundbar reaches a new threshold, a corresponding feedback sound will play.
And now for the accessibility of the game, we use multiple forms of feedback to convey the same information through different methods because they used to be hard to understand or used. For the soundbar, we have the bar itself and the music that changes as the bar increases. We also created 2 characters, each with 3 different colors, so that players can choose the colors that best suit their preferences and needs. And in case the color isn't clear enough, there's also a marker on the ground to indicate which player is controlling which character.
And here we have the team. We have Victor, who did the UI and the user research, and the game designer. We have Jules, who's the game designer and producer. You have Adele, who's a game artist. Ewen, who's a programmer. Me, who is also a game artist. We have Niels in sound design, and Mathis also in sound design. Thank you for listening. Feel free to ask your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So who wants to start by sharing what it felt to play and find again your childhood while playing? Yeah.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I have a compliment that I think can be seen as a critic, but it's really a compliment, is that I think most of the design of it, like that health bar and the sound, I didn't get when I played. I got it after when we discussed and here in the presentation, but when I played, I didn't care for it. And it wasn't a problem because it was really fun. I think it's really great. It's just pick up and play versus with like great feedback and great sound and great art. And it's just fun, right? It's something that you want to play over and over again. So congrats, it's great.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello again, so Guillaume, level designer Ubisoft again. So first of all, I got the same feedback. Thank you very much because the game is fun immediately. We have a big laugh with my competitor, even if it was not much, but it was really fun, so thank you. This is an achievement. I would like to ask you what you imagine to bring some replayability on your game, and yeah, to have a longer experience.
Okay, thank you so much for your feedback and for your question. So in order to enhance the replayability of the game, we actually talked about that during the testing that you guys made yesterday, because we had some common feedback about that. And we came to the conclusion that maybe in order to add replayability, we could like add some items, maybe do more level designs, that kind of things, I think, just more content in general. Do you have something to add, maybe?
Yeah, like we talked about yesterday, some more interaction with the level design and maybe some other way to fight each other's, maybe by placing like traps or any sort of things that will recreate the intention of the first play. So it follows what Jules said.
Okay, thank you. And one more point about the sight of the wolf. On my game, I didn't feel that it react to the sound. It was more randomly on my point of view. So what is your plan to fix that and create some replayability as well?
Probably what we could make is like create a VFX or something that the players see that they attracted the wolf at this position. I don't know how it could look like, but maybe like a point of explanation. No, point of yeah, like in the Splinter Cells or yeah, or the Stealth game.
Yeah, and just to finish, I think it could be interesting to use it as an element for the player to trick the other player on the gaze, and yeah, it could be awesome. So thank you for the game, really fun, and I think it could be. We can play with more than 2 players, so I think it could be awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Aloïs, 10 dev. Great game, great presentation. I have to say you have a really nice directive, artistic direction that shine through both your media and your presentation. Everything is coherent and it's really nice. Well, I'm not a graphist, but I like it.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Really nice game, even if I was like beaten with it. I couldn't play and I just lost for the first game, but I could play against someone else and I won, so I will just remember that. It was really fun. I loved it, and I think there is not much to add just from what I saw, because there is not much to say. Everything is neat, it's clean, it works, and yeah, I think we could play with 4 players because I want to, but it's your vision. So if I have one question, it'd be a question that is a bit weird, but is there something you struggled with and completely removed from the game and would want to talk about?
Actually, yes. So you know the sight of the wolf? Actually, it's from 3 weeks ago, and 3 weeks ago we hadn't had that at all. Like Victor mentioned in his part, at the beginning, when the soundbar was full, it was the end of the round, and the player with the most life got to win the round. And thanks to the professor of Enjmin, we realized that it wasn't really fun and it wasn't really working. Like the soundbar hadn't had, like it hasn't, there was no meaning behind the soundbar. And so last moment we had to decide to find something else to make the game fun and to make the soundbar meaningful. And that's how we came to the danger mode and the wolf site.
Well, nice. Congrats for what you made today and the rest of the 30 days you've worked.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Javier from Boxel Madrid again. Well, I enjoyed a lot playing the game, but I agree with my colleague about replayability. We talked yesterday about that. In that sense, also a few things about information, because I don't remember quite well, maybe I'm wrong. Do you use an item 4 times and it breaks and makes a sound that alerts the wolf? I think I understand that if you use some item a number of times, it breaks.
Yes.
Yeah. That information is conveyed on the tutorial?
It's, you have a line that explains that item breaks, but there is no feedbacks in the game that it will break.
So sometimes it is difficult for me with all the action and things to make sure the item is yet to break or not, in that sense. On the other hand, I told you I love the just filling the public by just sound, not from the visuals, because it doesn't break immersion in that sense, but increases immersion. And all the scenario of the arena is enough complicated, but at the same so simple, it doesn't distract from the main action. So great. Also, the balloons are the only interactive items moving and not the other ones you want to grab. So it's clear which one is different. But when you use the items make a little noise, I told you. In the sense, if the wolf is aware of any sound of which types of sound. In the sense, if I hit with item to another player, okay, the wolf is aware of that. But any mechanic in the sense of replayability, as my colleague said, should have a cost, a risk, or whatever, in that sense, to increase. So maybe it's not just about, okay, if I hit him or her or whatever, yeah, the sound will alert the wolf. But if I use it, even missing it, I'm in peril. That's another point for you to go in the scale. And I told you, well, you have 3 rounds, and you go through the 3 rounds. It's nice, it's fun. But as I told you, kids want to learn the rules and then want to break the rules. So let them also having that point to break everything. Maybe it's not also only about more disguises or customize and personalize the appearance, but combining items or the possibility, as we told, using the scenario, using the arena, the items in the arena, maybe not in the first scenarios, but when you have the control of everything, then I go up and something else and growing up and combining things, and then I can enjoy the whole experience and I can grow. So replayability maybe in that sense could go in that direction. I told you also about drama. I don't know, the audience targeted was mainly the age of the players.
Okay, so the characters are between the ages of 6 and 8, but the target audience is more teens, and we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
It's to add more chaos, yeah.
Yeah, in that sense, maybe this is more for kids, but if you are talking about teenagers, we need more drama, we need more action, we need more distraction, we need more in that sense, because these are different aids to do different things. Okay, so anyway, I enjoy it a lot in the sense that, yeah, I will play again and again and I will enjoy it. And I don't know, because when the wolf is chasing you, it's chasing you because of the sound, but maybe you can even make power-ups or whatever just to push the wolf against the other player or reject the wolf from you or something else. Yes, consumable, with cooldown, whatever, but in that sense, it will increase the experience in different directions and create emergent gaming, which is the other objective, maybe could be help. Okay, so anyway, congrats, well done, nice and fun. Okay.
Thank you so much for your feedback. Thank you so much.
Lucie, co-head of the programming section and game dev. Thank you very much. I really liked your game. There is a trap that you can fall into when you're making multiplayer game or a fine slope game. That is making a game that is not fun by itself, but that takes the fun from the players themselves. So it's quite hard to playtest and to identify, is the game fun by itself, or does the player have fun because they're friends, and it's always fun to play with my friends. In your game, you have a nearly perfect handling of the characters. It's very cool to move around, to attack. Your feedback are very cool, but I think it lacks a bit of depth. And this is, I think, the main issue I seen in your game, is that I want to play it once. I play it for 10 minutes. I have fun with my friends, but it lacks a bit of depth to make me come back and have fun with the game itself. And I think it's a cycle when you're doing a couch gaming like that you need to understand. Players come from the immediate fun, but stay for the depth. And a great game like Speedrunner have nailed that. And if you analyze that, you'll see that those games have a lot of depth. Yeah. So thank you again, and don't lead in that trap, because I felt in it a lot of time. So I warn you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So let's congratulate the team. Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's dive into the next the next project, which is Sinking Willows. Let's welcome them.
Hello, and thank you for joining us as we present our game, Sinking Willows. The world is nearing its end. The land is slowly disappearing, battered by a torrential rain, raising the level of the river. You are one of the few survivors. Most perish, lost in the floods. One day, while fishing, a terrible revelation strikes you. In the eyes of the fish you are holding in your hands, you recognize your best friend, who disappeared a few months ago. He is here, after all this time. You want to talk to him, to understand, to reconnect, but his gills are filling with air. Will you keep talking to him, at the risk of watching him die, or will you release him to let him survive, but possibly never see him again?
Okay, so Sinking Willows is a narrative fishing a narrative fishing experience in which you play as a fisher looking for their best friend on the last day before the world is swallowed by the water. Strangely, it seems that everyone they once knew has been turned into fish. You will have to fish them out in order to talk to them. To give a short summary that my teammates are going to elaborate on, the game is set in a 3D environment with a third-person camera. It is also a solo-player game, and it mainly focuses on exploration and storytelling. It is a game that aims to convey a melancholic experience, a gentle sadness paired with a sense of contemplation. It is a game about loss, ending, moving on, and accepting closure, but in a poetic way. The world is disappearing, and there is something beautiful in witnessing its end. We also really wanted to emphasize the guilt created by the moral choice between continuing to talk to the fish to gain precious information, while making it slowly disappear, or releasing it, and losing that information.
Loa, the fisher you play as, is a young adult wandering through their childhood town. It has been months since they started searching for Muriel, ever since the waters begin to rise. And just as you begin to play, it seems they find him, right at the end of their fishing line, reborn as a fish. As Muriel approaches asphyxiation, he slips away from your line, and you set out to find him. You will explore 3 areas tied to Loa and Muriel's shared past: the bridge, the lock, and the city.
From the beginning, we pushed for an art style rooted in visuals from the early 2000s. We used pixelated renders, dithering effects, bloom and fog in order to push this feeling of melancholic nostalgia and invoke a dream or memory-like state. We developed a range of tools in order to create a tailored visual styles, from screen shaders to cinematic systems to a custom watershed.
Our game world is heavily inspired by the environments around us, specifically the Charente, as we were drawn to the richness of the nature that surrounds us. To achieve a believable environment, we relied heavily on benchmarking the river itself, researching what types of trees and plants are found along the river, species of fish native to the river, and how the river itself works, and even taking photos in order to create textures used for foliage. We wanted to invoke feelings of exploration as Loa revisits landmarks from their past, and what emotions would be tied to these areas. Thus, the world is separated into 3 distinct primary zones or environments, each with their own feeling and color palette associated with them, strengthening the idea that Loa is revisiting memories of their hometown. We also wanted the player to feel completely enveloped by the environment that surrounds them. We didn't want the player to feel as though they were exploring empty levels, but rather as though they were truly immersed, moving through nature and the city. In order to push our environments with the density of foliage and assets we wanted, while keeping optimization at a maximum, we opted for low poly modeling and compressed texture resolutions, while taking advantage of many techniques that helped artists push their visuals in an era of hardware limitations, such as texture atlases, vertex painting, and billboards in order to reduce draw calls and hardware load.
About the world building, we also filled the maps with multiple wildlife sounds and reverberation effects in order to have a rich and lively environment. The main idea was to enhance the presence of wildlife sounds while reducing every human sound. The boat sound, for instance.
In Thinking Willows, in order to achieve your main goal, finding Mirel, you will have to explore the world to find 3 core memories of him. Loa move exclusively by boat to what remains of the world, which is divided into small areas connected by loading screens. While exploring, you will come across fish shadows. This is a sign you have to fish. Take out your fishing rod to enter aiming mode and then cast your hook. The game's fishing system is primarily narrative, centered around feelings of waiting and solitude. Cinematic shots show Loa waiting for a catch, and sometimes memories linked to the location will appear on screen. These memories evoke past moments shared with Mirel, family, friends, and the activities they used to do together. And then, at some point, Loa will be interrupted in their thought by a bite.
In this game, every fish you catch is a memory of someone you once knew. Talking with them brings back fragments of the past and help you reconstruct the story of Mireille and Loa. Some fish will also give you clues, allowing you to discover more hidden fishing spots. But as the game progresses, you will notice that the fish begin to disappear between your hands, like ghosts. You are introduced to the keep or release mechanic. You can choose to keep talking to a fish at the risk of watching it fade away, or release it, potentially losing valuable information. One of our intentions here was to make the player empath the fish and treat him like a real human. We do this via different visual effects, angle of camera, and sound effects. Here is an example of in-game talk.
A quick note on the accessibility features we've worked on for our game. First, we've integrated an automatic camera that follows the player if they doesn't use the camera stick for a few seconds, helping newcomers to third-person 3D games manage the game view. Then, we've designed a misophonia mode, made for players struggling with the mouth noises you just listened to, and high-pitched sounds in general. Finally, among other settings, players can choose the level of brightness of their preference, which can be really useful for photophobic players.
And finally, time passes. In the game, your playtime is limited. The space is gradually flooding as the day goes on. We designed 2 versions for each playable area, an afternoon version and a sunset version. Each transition from one area to another advances time from the afternoon to the sunset. This has 3 effects. First, previously caught fish reappear and have new dialogue. Second, the water level rise, opening a new path. And the atmosphere changes with a new color palette and a different directional lighting setup. You have exactly enough time to explore the entire game world twice before the day ends. Be careful.
Be careful, because at the end, you finally confront Mirel. He's here in a world that has now disappeared. The game then challenges you. Depending on the number of core memories you have to manage to find, Mirel will react differently. The entire game is a preparation for this moment. You must choose what you understood of the keep release system to interact with Mirel. Depending on your actions, you can reach two different endings, but neither of them will allow you to save the world. Thank you for your attention. We hope you enjoyed the presentation and we'll be glad to have your feedback.
Hi, I'm Cécile from Focus. Thank you very much for the experience. I noticed that at some point you said game, no experience, and for the presentation. So we are in a heat wave, and I so much enjoyed sitting in a cold room with sounds of rain and images of water. Like, it was very, very refreshing. And I think you really mastered the ambience, the atmosphere. It felt very nice, very melancholic, and like props to the art direction. It does look unique and so pretty. So, yeah, on that topic, props, tops. Je sais pas comment on dit, bref. I was a bit less convinced by the mechanics you used, like this release versus keep. I'm not sure it is as well that the player is as well onboarded to it as you think they are. At least I didn't feel like I was. The way the time passes was also very mysterious to me. Sometimes I explored and changed a lot of section and it didn't pass, and then it went back at some point, and then I just I did sorry, it's nap time, so it's very difficult to speak. You know, I just did a marche arrière, and then time passed, and so I did another marche arrière to go back, and then it was the end. So yeah, so some issues there. In the end, even though there were some hiccups, it still left me with tears in my eyes. So I would say you you did your job. So yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. No, but thank you for your feedbacks. Thank you a lot.
Hi, Antoine Sarrazin, freelance game designer. Thanks a lot for the presentation. It's really interesting to also see that, because unfortunately I couldn't play the full experience. Like when I had the experience to play, I only played like the first half, basically a bit less than the first half of the game. So I didn't get to experience that keep release mechanic. Although with your presentation, I still don't quite get it. So I'm curious, like before I go a bit more into detail, like if you have a bit more detail, can you explain to me what are the stakes for the player to keep or release a fish? Like why would they do one or the other?
So the keep and release mechanic. Okay. So when you talk to the fish for the first time in the first loop, you talk to the fish all the time. You don't have the choice between keep and release. Your goal during this first loop is to learn that when you talk to them, they're fading away. It's a bit strange. And when you arrive at the second loop, you have your first choice of keep and release. At this point, you can choose both of them. It will never have a real impact. But if you keep talking to them, they will keep losing themselves. The fact that the phantomatic shader is growing on them means that they're losing themselves, their memories, and they will disappear at the end. To understand that, you have to refish some of the characters of the game, who, when you talk to them for the second time, they will be strange, they will have lost memories, and they will have forgot information that they have gave you when in the first dialogue. There is no real stake in it, because in our game, basically, you don't have, it's the end of the world. The main focus of this is for at the end when you talk to Mirel, you can keep talking to him and you will lose all of his memories of you and him. He will disappear. And if you release him, he will just keep them, and you will have these emotional moments of thinking that, okay, so both of us are remembering each other, and we can relive these memories together, but not really at the same time.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. It helps a bit. I think I still have, even though that mechanic, I still have the same struggles that I've told you when I played the game, is that I still feel, and I think the presentation also like pushed a bit on that, is I don't feel that as a person that experience this game, experience and this narrative, I don't feel like I have enough agency to really feel like immersed into it enough. I really enjoyed the visuals, the story, and like the poetic, I was really into it, and I was just like, I want to have an impact. So it's interesting that you tell me that as the player, as this character, you don't really have a goal because it's the end of the world, but it feels like you still have one, which is about this character that you're trying to find, and about, you mentioned it, about this, I think it's in presentation, this idea that it is centered around waiting and loneliness, but I don't get that much as a player to experience that. I don't get to experience that waiting of fishing and waiting for that to happen and waiting for time pass and deciding on my own to know when is the right time to continue that experience, which feels like what the game was trying to achieve. And that loneliness, I see the keep and release mechanic being really cool for that, but feels like you're not using it in a way that would generate that emotion to me. Easy for me to say, it's an opinion, so you take it as it is, but maybe there's something for you to explore, and I would be happy to hear someone else saying that they felt it completely differently. But that's the thing I would have loved, to have this game just really challenge of like, do I want to keep hold of those people? And what would that mean, instead of just, well, I'm just gonna wait until I'm almost at the end and being very gamer about it and just wait for the last little bit of it, like, cool, I've got all of my content, I can move on. Like, how can that be a stake that would challenge that fear of loneliness that I would have? So it's really close to that thing, and I really enjoyed that experience, and I'm looking forward to go on itch.io and download the game and fully play it and really feel the whole thing, because it is an experience worth playing. And so yeah, like that's my feeling, that's kind of my feedback. Take it as it is, but thanks a lot for making this game and your presentation.
Thank you for your feedback.
Hi, Nisha, IEDT in Ireland. So unfortunately, after 5 years of study in French, my French is still really poor, and I struggled when I was playing this game in terms of understanding a lot of the narrative going on. So I just urge you as well to think about, even if the subtitles had an English dialogue option, I think it would be really useful just from an international point of view. But I just wanted to kind of echo most things that were said here. Even though I was struggling to understand a lot of what was happening, I still really enjoyed my playtime and my experience. And I think a lot of the sound design in particular, the artistic direction taken, it's all really cohesive and it's a nice experience. I'm not really into walking simulators. I struggle to play them a lot of the time. I want to enjoy them. I'm told amazing things about games, and then I move away from them very quickly. But I think the way you've designed your mechanics around moving the boat and navigating things gives enough to give me that little bit of stimulation I need. However, I think the narrative of this game, on the other hand, I particularly like, I think I mentioned it to you afterwards, end of the world and everyone is a fish is a really big concept to get through to people for a very deeply personal story. And I don't think it's jarring hearing those two things. Like, it seems like this really nice personal story about someone forgetting and memories, and you know, there's medical conditions where people forget things, and I think that tells a much deeper personal story. I don't see why this person is fishing in the end of the world. It seems so slow and passive with this very extreme thing happening, and I don't think you need it at all, and I don't understand why people are suddenly fish. So I think you can just remove those elements and not, you know, discuss them to tell a personal story that, you know, is a more dreamlike state, that this person is going through these things. And I think then the narrative ties together and becomes a more personal story. I think the big cosmic end of the world really clashes with the personal story you're trying to tell. So I'd look at reworking those features, and that I agree with the catch and release is part of that as well. I don't feel there's impact right now, and just a little bit of reworking that. And I say this out of really enjoying the time I had with the experience. So thanks.
And thank you for your feedback.
It's me, Alois, Dev, Desire. Great experience. I loved it. I really enjoyed. I like walking games like this, even if it's a boat, and it's really nice. Great art direction. I will have some question about it later, but first thing I will say that I didn't understand the mechanic as well. I completely get the fact that the fish, the memories of them and the people they represent disappeared, but I just read keep, and I thought, yeah, I'm gonna take that fish and put it in the basket and eat it later. And I was like, fuck no, that's my friend. So I ignored it completely. So maybe, and that's a personal take, but seeing that I'm not the only one agreeing on this, I think there might have some work to do on the onboarding on this specific iteration of the thing. Other than that, great experience, a bit long. Again, 10 minutes, not really, but I enjoyed it, so I won't say much about this. If I have a question, because I saw a slide about all the tech art stuff, it seems like you had a lot of work on more than just the art style, the tech art style with a lot of shaders and tools to work around that. Who did it? I'm curious, and do you have anything specific to talk about on that subject?
Not really, except if you have some question. But yeah, a lot of shaders are implied and developed by me during the development process. But really, there are a lot of different things. So I don't know. The most visible shaders in the game is obviously the water shader. So there are some specific aspects on this, like the trail effect, following the boat or stuff like that. The dithering shader is just a rip-off of another dithering shader I found on the internet, and I tweaked it a bit with a lot of parameters to allow Hugo to set up to fit our vision. But apart from that, there are a lot of VFX too that are made only using Godot shaders, like God rays or foam near the block.
It's okay, it's okay. Okay, just great work then, because making something this useful for other specificities or specialities is a great thing. Being able to make a shader is nice. Being able to make a shader that someone else can use and tweak and play with to make something that they like, because they're on the direction side of thing or because they needed to, is great. So good job. And to the entire team, good job. It was a really nice experience.
Thanks a lot.
Hello again. So Guillaume, level designer, Ubisoft, you know. So on my side, I got the same kind of feedback. Unfortunately, my experience was limited. I didn't finish at all because it was shortened. Same, I will not come back to the mechanics. I think you have all the feedbacks. I got a question. You talk about exploration and you want to link it with the narrative. Unfortunately, I didn't see that much. I see a lot of text. I see one storytelling with the drawing under the bridge. There is more. That's the question.
There is some signing in the game, like a panel which shows the direction of the écluse. And in the town, there is a core memory with Mirel you need to find by gathering clues in the city. Like there is a spot behind the windows in a structure, and there is a lamp post. So this is really not obvious at first to see, but by fishing at some place on the town fish, you will gather part of the solution. So you need to go to this structure. You need to search for a lamppost, and this is the main use of level design to enhance exploration.
Okay, so my question is also it's a feedback. When you have a game with a strong narrative, you can use level design as storytelling. Just put element that brings the player to question itself. What's happened? What is this setup? With no explication, no text, but just push the player to ask himself what is the story behind this setup. And I would like to see that kind of stuff in your game, because you have the river that brings you somewhere. You have the ambience that is really cool, that talk to you. You feel the sadness. You keep going. Go to this part with some element, an abandoned shelter with stuff in it. What is the shelters? Where? What people live in there, etc., etc. So yeah, but thank you for the experience.
Thank you.
Thank you, and let's congratulate the team for this refreshing experience. And let's welcome the next one, Infinite Run.
Okay, that's good. Hello everybody, we are glad to see you all. Today our team will present you the game we made in the last few months. But before that, here is the trailer. Switch. as you saw it, it's called Infinite Run. It's a 2D solo fast-paced platformer where you play as a young parkour enthusiast who volunteered to embark in a space station called Ouroboros in order to maintain the sun alive. And without further ado, I will let Lulian speak about the designing process.
Hi everyone, so I'm going to talk a bit more about the gameplay. So the thing I wanted to say about it first is maybe take you through our creative process, if the remote will actually work. Otherwise I lose the keyboard. Good old time, yeah. So, the first thing we did was actually defining the game. So Lancelot's idea was about a game where you were about to go faster and faster through a single looping level before we actually came up with other ideas. That's why the game is called Infinite Run. The first word that came to mind was speed. We wanted to encourage it always through maybe the use of new powers. So that's really a core idea that we had early on. Then we thought that it would be nice if we could have some mastery to it. Thank you, Lancelot. So yeah, that you could have more control and reward with your skills because you could learn how to improve them. And it actually fit also the level design of the game because since you're going through the same loop all the time, there's a way to improve your routes and the parkour you actually go through inside the level. And that kind of gave us an idea of progression. So we had this thing where we wanted to reinforce it through unlocking new ways to go faster through powers or other elements in the game to ultimately, hopefully, save the sun. And this is how we came up with our game pillars and in the end with our concept, which was to race through a looping space station to save the sun and with each new loop, new ways to go faster. So, let's talk about those new ways to go faster. The first one we wanted to introduce were powers. So powers work with Chronon is basically the resource that you will use in the game to make sure that you can actually use them. It actually fits into the speed pillar of the game because you actually encourage players to always keep moving because when you move you start generating them and the faster you move the faster you generate them. So there is this reward of just using your powers to go faster and actually get more power usage. The first power we have is actually rewind. So it's kind of a way to fix this issue of many platformers where you're like, oh, I missed my jump, I've got to restart the level to just improve it. We were like, no, actually you can just rewind and it's going to be such a pleasant exercise. So you can rewind to fix a mistake. But we wanted something also more offensive. So we have the dash, which is quite simple. Basically you press an input and you go faster. So it's quite easy, but if you want to take something, to take this further, you can actually master it. And we have the bounce where it's basically, okay, there's a slope here, I can bounce on it and just chain them together to go even faster and even further. So yeah, that was the core power. And all of those ideas actually had to influence our level design because we have only one level. So each loop had to feel like a new experience. To take an example, I have this building block and we can see how the player will go through it multiple times. The first time it's like, okay, I'm wall jumping, it's kind of slow, it kind of drags on. But if I unlock the dash, I can just give that more kind of get more of a boost. So it's like, it's still nice, but yeah, there's still that wall jump. I wish I could just skip it all together, which is nice because if you actually master the dash, you can just, you know, jump and bounce on it and just keep it all together and gain a lot of speed, but that needs a bit more mastery. Now, the last element we have in the game in terms of a speeding process is the boosters. The idea is that they work both for players who have less mastery of the game because it's a bit easier to use. So for the last couple of loops, it gives them that feeling of, I'm actually going faster. And for a more advanced player, there's this thing of, okay, I can optimize my run, try to actually take the right one, and even find shortcuts. And that's it for me. I'm going to let Lancelot speak about our direction.
So, because we are in the far future, we wanted to show an environment out of time. For that, we mixed three inspiration. First, the manga Blame for his environment, megastructure, and gigantic environment. Mixed that with all the 3D printed stuff like some plastic support and texture, and then with some Gothic and Brutalism architecture to add some majestic touch.
And since our world is told to be 3D printed, we had to embody that throughout the sound. That's why we recorded tarpaulin sounds and crash bottles to give it that lots of harmonics and try to make that huge abandoned space station where you are alone as industrial sounding and as lively as possible. The music will also help marking each state of the game because it has variations which plays depending on your actions, your current speed, or your relative position compared to your ghosts, your previous run uppercut.
Here are some concept arts of the beginning of the game. So the hub is the place where the player goes through at each end of a loop. It's where we have a new power-up. So we wanted this place to be different from the rest of the games. That's why it's green and red. And the rest of the game is blue to show the cold space and the sun dying. Here are some examples of plastic texture. It's horizontal and adds some speed language to the game. We can also see a concept of the background, megastructure and gigantic background here. For Nova, the player, it's white and dark to see her every time during the game, even if the sun is right behind you, huge and bright, or if the space dark is right behind you. She also has some big legs to add some speed language to the game.
And as for her audio identity, we had to pinpoint the different very characteristic parts of her design, which are the swift and light figure, her baggy pants, and her powered legs, which are shiny and sparking when they are hitting the ground. That's why, to give that oomph, that choppy and kind of powered sound, we used sword textures and as well as motor textures to emphasize on the power and the speed gain. Everything is revolving around speed language, and yeah, we also have the crush bottles, as I was mentioning before. We also used a lot of harmonic sweeteners to keep uplifting the player throughout their experience.
Here comes the sun. It's always here, right behind you, gets bigger and bigger every second to add tension to the game and to the player. At the end of each loop, you reboot it. It's the objective of the game.
So here you can see two footage of gameplay, trying to showcase the depth that we try to put in the game. So on your left, there is a beginner player discovering the game, and on your right, there is a player that has already mastered all the power-ups. And our intention really was to make this contrast visible, to have a satisfying progression, while still keeping it understandable for new players. And that's why we emphasized on detailed step-by-step onboarding. And speaking of that, we put a bunch of features to allow a lot of players to play the game. Like, it's translated in English and in French. All the controls are customizable, and there's audio and video settings to tweak the game at your liking. So here's the team and our roles in the project. If you want to play the game, it will be released soon on itch.io with an online leaderboard. Thank you for listening, and we'll answer your question.
Thank you. So, who wants to tell about their infinite run?
Hello again, Guillaume again. Thank you guys, very fun game. You nailed the jours, so thank you. For me, your game is almost finished. There is few polish to do, and important one. So my first feedback I gave you was to clean your collision. Don't hesitate to be more lenient with that. It brings a sentiment of, oh, I passed just on time, instead of, oh, come on, I have to pass it. So that is the first point. Other things, I think you are near to have a good passing and good rhythm, but you have few friction on some element, especially the snake one. So yeah, I think you have to find a way to fix it. And one more that is important for me, it's you have Metroidvania-like you add some element on each run. It was difficult for me to identify what path I can do or do not when I don't have this boost. So yeah, try to find a way to have a better visibility on it. And otherwise, it's a great experience. I love it. I not as good as my colleagues that I think it will talk after, but I definitely think I can go under the minute. So I hope I will.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Louis, Elisa, yeah, fuck. You know I like the game. I mean, I played it for more than 10 minutes the first time, and I came back this lunch break to try to beat the dev. I still haven't, but I'm at 47 seconds, so I'm gonna get you for the end of the day. Let's say this. I think it's great. It's an amazing experience. Short, fast, and really sharp. Everything is neat, everything's work, but like my colleague said, some collision. Good thing is we can rewind time and next time just avoid the issue or just skip it or just make a better jump. So it worked really well. I have some issue. First thing I disliked about the game is in the first slide, the start of the game, you say you have to run, put your stick on the right and don't think, basically. And in the middle of your run, you have a snake, you push right and you go back. And this time you have to just push the stick left and everything is fine. But you just told me not to do it. So at first I was a bit, yeah, it was a bit finicky, but other than that, everything's fine. I will come back, play the game anyway. And if I have a question, I would have two questions actually. First one, I saw some of your pre-artwork, especially around the UI, and I'm quite surprised you didn't use it because they look fucking amazing. And I'm a bit surprised you used the very flat design circle thing around the character instead of the flashy top left chrono and boost bar. Yeah, this one. I mean, it looked great, my opinion, but it looked great. So I'm curious, why didn't you use it, and what pushed you to use the more simpler version?
So the feedbacks we had with this UI was it's too big on the screen. It's at the top left. Nobody is looking at it, and we were kind of agree with it. So we add this more light aspect with next to the player, where the players look every time. So we choose the other option. This one, we can add it just for you if you want.
If I beat you.
It's in the game, but not visible.
In addition to that, we have got a lot of players that doesn't understand that the gauge was filled by their speed. So it was really not convenient, and it was much more visual to use the simpler version.
Okay, understandable. Just I think it looked great. Another question on the tech side: did you implement the coyote jump or not?
Sorry, the what?
Coyote jump. The fact that when you
yes, there is a coyote jump.
Okay, nice. Well, that's it. Good job, sorry.
Hello, Lou from the Game Makers. I played the game, I really liked it. I wanted to talk about the way it was set up very quickly. I think you've seen that in the room where you put the scoreboard so you could play and see your score against other players. It created quite a bit of like an emulsion, a challenge. Like I would have played once, but I played like 3 or 4 times because I wanted to get higher in the scoreboard than my colleague and stuff. I was wondering if for public release, if you're considering keeping this feature and having a small scoreboard server, or if you're releasing on Steam to use the Steam scoreboard thing, because I think this could really like give it a lot of retention.
So yeah, currently the scoreboard is stored online, but it was not the main part in the game at the beginning. That's something that we thought quite in the end. We thought it would be cool to put a scoreboard. So it's just integrated at the end of the run, but for the itch.io release, we want to put it in the main menu to access the leaderboard directly.
All right, thank you.
Hey there, Nisha IEDT. I just have a question about your playtesting methodology, because you have kind of two sets of players between your players who want mastery of the game and then beginning players. And how did you work with that during the process?
So first, we had the luck to have high school students that came to the Eng.Min and tried some of our games. So we used them as a good first step to actually gather some feedbacks. That's how we actually ended up thinking that a leaderboard could be cool to the game, because they actually started competing with each others. And we also realized that the game was quite accessible, but most of the time we realized also that the mastery of the game, they didn't really understand what they could do with it, what they could do most with it. They didn't know how to get better at the game in a way. So we had that luck. We had them 2 times inside the school. For the rest of the playtesting, it was a bit harder to do near the end. Because, well, we were a bit under stress of time, but we went with the close relatives to actually try the game. Personally, I used, for example, my little brother who plays a lot of Metroidvania, so he was pretty good with the game. I also used my girlfriend who was trying the game and struggled a bit more because it's not her type of game. So we tried, I always tried, and I think all tried this, to try and make people who were good at games play those kind of games, play those games, and then those who were with a lower ceiling level to try also the game and see what came out of it. And the onboarding is a result of that. So I hope that answers the questions.
Yeah, it does. I have a little second part, and this is where I want to be really conscious, because I was definitely in the beginner stage. It took me like 1 minute and 30 seconds to get through it, so people maybe I'm missing this. But I just felt that some of your mechanics, for example, the like boost ramps, would have nearly been better if they were introduced earlier. I found it surprising that they were like the last concept, and you even described them as something that a lot of the players, it helped with the accessibility. And then I talked to you about this when I played it at the time. I don't like the wall grab at all. I think it goes away from your design pillar. I guessed your design pillar beforehand, which is a strength of the game, that it's so clear, and then I think that wall grab goes against it. And I feel like if there was very early continuous play testing, you might have caught that at the time and maybe removed it as a feature or separated it slightly differently. I say this out of really enjoying the game, but I just wonder, would that have changed in your process? I don't know if you have any thoughts.
I know that we would have loved to do more playtesting to the game, especially in its final state. The high school playtesting came very early, like I think 2 months ago. I'm not so sure about the timing, but yeah, we would have loved to implement it more, and I think it would have changed a lot of things to just maybe fine-tune it a bit more. The wall jump is indeed something that is quite frustrating to us. We had a lot of debates about how to try and get the most out of it, and we're not really satisfied with the situation. Like it works, but a lot of friction came from it. So we would love to find a way to improve upon it without changing too much the game, because technically, well, it's a final product, but we would like to tweak it a little bit more.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let's congratulate the team. And let's take a 15-minute break before the 2 last games of today. Thank you. So come back to 3:30. So 3:30, please. Welcome back. And let's hear the two final projects of today. And let's first welcome Time Weaver.
Hello everyone, thanks again for coming, and we are glad to introduce our project to all of you today. So what is Time Weaver? Time Weaver is a narrative experience that you play by repairing an handheld console prototype and progressing within it. The experience is based on two main elements. The hardware, meaning the console itself. We designed a physical console that the player will have to manipulate and repair. It is therefore a fictional console created specifically for the need of the experiments. In addition to this hardware, there is also the software contained within it. It is also fictional and consists of a 2D simple game. The player will have to navigate between these two spaces, the hardware and the digital one, in order to progress. By repairing the console, players unlock new features and interaction they can use in the game. Then, by progressing in the game, they obtain knowledge and understanding about obscure features of the console and allowing them to repair it again. All of this serves a narrative goal to understand how the production of the console unfolds from the perspective of its creators.
The whole purpose of this experience is to tell a story about social relationship and power dynamics within the workplace, especially in the video game industry. It explores how individuals can be pushed to erase themselves, change the way they relate to others, and eventually feel useless. We tell this story through Dreamsoft Journey, a fictive game studio based on Grenoble, who try to create their own console, the Time Weaver. During the experience, you will explore several versions of this game at different stages of development. You will gradually reconstruct the history of the development, adopting an almost archaeological perspective. You will try to understand how Dreamsoft disappeared and discover the final tribute hidden within the game for its lost team. Through this story, we want to explore the theme of personal erasure within work, how time damage relationship, project, collective, and we also want to question what remains once everything is over. This is why our experience places a central focus on the invisibilization of work, particularly through a key character, Mila. Her QA work is undervalued, while her game design contributions are minimized through time.
Now you must ask, how does it play? At the start, you are faced with the dev kit of the Time Weaver. Unfortunately, the console is in pieces, and to uncover its secrets, you will have to repair it. You will reassemble its shell, put its buttons back in place, and boot the console. This moment introduces you to all of the inputs used in the game. The console has two main buttons, A and B, to validate and go back, a directional pad, a set of settings buttons, and a specific input, a gear wheel that you can rotate. After this step, you can boot the console, and now you're inside the game. Unfinished, scribbled with plenty of dev notes. This is the software.
In the software, there is an unfinished game named The Gates of Kalakshara. It's a 2D exploration game with minimal interactions. You can interact with objects and talk. This game is filled with developer notes that will help you understand it. Through it, you will encounter Mila, Jean, Nicolas, Léon, and Pierre, and their roles and social place on the project. The Time Weaver prototype has a built-in versioning system named Game Version. It works basically as a version history. Each version of the game is associated with a date. This is principally shown with the art, which has 3 visual states. This system is the main goal of the game. You are progressing through game version in order to reach the end. This is how you reconstruct the story of the game. But in order to go in a game version, you have to find the date associated with it.
This is done by exploring the game and reading the developer notes, and punctually by special interaction. Once Pendant is found, you can enter it into the game version switcher, and you will be transported to a new version of the game. You now have every tool you need to decipher the story of Time Weaver.
The demo game developed by the studio Dreamsoft draws inspiration from Mediterranean architecture, specifically through the use of the temple and the concept of time and space. Visually, the style, we have a retro, early 2000s feel pixel art. We wanted to give an old-awesome game and a somewhat nostalgic look, and a kinda broke and lost game vibe. We also wanted the temple to feel organic, alive, and somewhat mystical, as it reacts to the player's actions. Brown abstract organic shapes add an uncanny touch and break up the pixel art style, heightening the sense of mystery, strangeness, surrounding both the console and the studio itself. The final look of Kalakshara is a mix between finished individual assets and bugged sequences, showing the player what's happening behind the scenes. We also tried to make sure to clearly separate what's a dev thing from what's an in-game element. We created 2 visual styles, debug and in-game.
Now, when it comes to designing Time Weaver soundscape, we went from technical audio researches to be aware of what kind of files and what kind of output they had in the 2005s. And since we wanted to mimic them, lots of researches. Then we used a modular approach to design every sound and making a big contrast between the UI and debug sounds and the in-game implemented sounds. For example, all of the UI sounds are made by text-to-speech saying Time Weaver and used as a main texture. Since they're all made of that, it reinforces the unique character of it. Now, music-wise, we wanted to give that classic Nintendo DS RPG sound, and that's why we are halfway between the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series and more classic JRPGs, just like Chrono Trigger. So, by repairing the console, by making the pieces of Dreamsoft story and timeline, you made the stories of the employees of Mila, Jean, Léon, Nicolas, and Pierre made visible. Without realizing it, these characters have become familiar to you, and you have given meaning back to their stories. You've repaired the console, and without realizing it, you somehow became part of their team. This project is said to be a failure and is something you have experienced from the beginning to the end, from assembling the console to finally giving this project a meaning and transform its ups and downs into something much more beautiful and moving than it originally was. So in the end, when you visit Jean's final tribute to his team, you are faced with a choice. Do you want to add your own name in the credits? That's why we want to thank you for everything. Thank you the Dreamsoft team. Thank you Mila. Thank you Pierre. Thank you Jean. Thank you Léon. And thank you Etienne, Hugo, Lucas, Maxime, Tristan, Theo, Zoe, and to our consultants, Cédric, Rameau, and Charlie. And finally, thanks to all of you for fixing this game.
Hi, it's me again, Lucy, game dev, etc. I just wanted to be the first to talk because I wanted to give all the love I could for the team. I'm really, really in love with what you did. I'm so glad to have been able to live that here, and it's awesome. You can be really proud of what you did. It was not easy. It was very challenging, very experimental, and you did so well. But you didn't respect the 10 minutes at all.
Hi, so Cécile from Focus. Yeah, so I also had like 2 or 3 little things that are not that good. Like, you didn't respect the 10 minutes rule. So obviously, you're going to be able to fit in a lot more stuff. But yeah, in the end, I'm not foreshadowing. Yeah, one of my, it's a very tiny mini issue, is that at some point it becomes very mechanical, like you find a new date, you input it, and then you look for the next new date, you input it. And yeah, I lost my, like the pleasure to understand the world and the relationship between the character. I did not lose it. I just somewhat lost it. And be careful with the expectations you set, because we are told about a secret. And I was like, and in the end I was like, oh, so I did not find any secrets. But yeah, I actually did find it. But everything else, I mean, it's so amazing. Like, you made a console. Like, I was like, at first, I actually could not believe it. I was like, was it a playdate? No, playdate is not in color. So what the hell is this hardware? And then I learned that you made it. So that's awesome. The art is great. Like, I really loved the, comment s'appelle l'affiche? It's great. I want one. Why aren't they printed everywhere? And in-game, I think you really found a sweet spot of looking somewhat familiar, but also new. And it gives some kind of, I don't know, someone mentioned Undertale when we were discussing, and I think you have like this kind of very sweet spot with the art style and on the narrative, like all the characters exist, even without reading their names. I felt like I knew who it was speaking. I felt so much empathy for Mila, so that's great. Yeah, the only I will end on a slightly darker note. I'm not sure if I'm happy or sad for you that you are this keenly aware of the struggles of video game development before entering it. But yeah, thank you very much for that. It was a really unique experience.
Hello, Adrien from Voxel. As I told you, I love every alternative controller. And this is not just an alternative controller, it's do-it-yourself. So it was wonderful in that sense, all the waiver and things, and I enjoyed that part. At the same time, well, you have choose a quite elegant way to express all the tension, chaos, and anything going into a real production. I congratulate just 2 insults in all the messages. So in that sense, it's the only thing that could be maybe not so real, but all the rest is very well done. And the sensation of going up and going down, and you have to go to an alternative version and traveling through time through different versions. I love it. So it was wonderful. The only thing, well, as Cecile said, it's just a small thing. It's about the GOAT mode. Because during all the interaction, you have, as she said, you have the control of the time machine or whatever, yeah. And when you get into the goat mode, you have a screen full of code with just one code with data, which is the correct one. But over there, you have two interactions. But one of them is just to customize, in the sense. It's not useful. Every single thing in the whole game is useful. This is going in one direction. It's aligned. And then in the final moment, you distract the player with something that is just for the show. And you give away some tension in some sense. Because, okay, the answer is clear because you just have one data left. So yeah, you will get that data and finish the game. But in that moment, you can change the appearance of the character and you can control the character. There is in some sense no sense in the control of the character at that point. So maybe it could be, okay, yes, I solve it, I get the right data, I get to the end, and then I can enjoy the change of character appearance or whatever during the final screen. But this is the only thing. It's the only thing that everything is perfectly aligned, and in that sense, I enjoy a lot. Also, I felt this year games, in some sense, are playing with the jury nostalgia. So, because you were born in 2007, I don't think so. Many of you, in that sense, I'm sorry, that you are playing with our feelings, and okay, that's nice also because you have some memories on that, and yeah, it goes into the game. And just a simple question, because I have no time to test everything, because you provide 3 cells, and I just choose one of them, and it worked, but because of the message that it has, yeah, whatever. But if I have chosen the other cells, it wouldn't have worked, or it will work also, or yeah, it's just to customize the...
Yeah, it's only for customization. So
Okay.
there is not any, it doesn't change the experience afterward. It's just visual.
Okay, because you have one with one message that intends to be the right one. So, the only thing, as well, just to be clear that I love it, nice work, nice nostalgia, and well done. Congrats.
Thanks a lot.
Coucou. Yeah, Alois, editor. Yeah. Amazing. I'm gonna start with one thing. I think it's the project that surprised me the most. When you said, "Oh yeah, that's our console," I was, "Yeah, sure." And you said, "No, that's we 3D printed that. We chose that. We did that. You can show it again." Yeah. This, amazing. And as a kid that started gaming on the black Game Boy, first one, I was amazed the moment the Dreamsoft screen appeared. I was like, okay, yeah, I know completely what your target is, and that's me, so I'm fine with it. For the rest of the game, it's a great experience. Playing with time is not used often, but every time it's done, it worked, and you did it perfectly. I'm amazed nobody talked about it, but the moment you go through black and white to color is quite the moment, something that really shines through your experience, and just for that you successfully did something amazing this time. I will also say 45 minutes is quite long. So my only question I will have for you is about those 45 minutes, because a lot of us here have issue with it. It's a lot of time and it impedes on our ability to test everyone else. Do you have something from your team to defend the fact that you chose an experience for 45 minutes? Because you won't have a lot of opportunity to say it so.
I think we were trapped in the story we wanted to tell. We did a first timeline of all the events in the game, and this is here that we done narrative consulting to ensure that this timeline was credible. And after we realized that there was few information that were skippable, and that's how we were trapped into increasing the time of the experience. So we are sorry, but know that we have some playtests, more playtests than the last week, because it was quite a rush to create the console and the experience at the same time. I think there are some 1-2 game version switch that can be reduced to shorten the experience.
Okay, fine. I mean, be proud of what you did, be bold, because it's something great. I just think if you are going to do something like this, 45 minutes, be ready to defend it, be ready to explain it, and be ready to be in front of a lot of people that didn't really agree with it. But nice work, really amazing, and good luck.
Thank you a lot.
Hello again, Guillaume again. So same as my colleague, I'm really enjoyed it. It was refreshing. I'm a bit sad for you again for the vision you have already and the production. And fun fact, or spoiler, is true. So yeah, I really enjoyed. I was ecstatic to build the console. I want more, a lot more. I love to manipulate it, especially with the plug on the back of the screen. I would like to do more, a lot more. It was so much fun, and to see that the console react to what to do. It's such a pure dopamine shot. So congratulations for that. Also, you succeed to bring on me the urge to discover every detail on the game. So great job. I check every place to see if there is a new details that I miss, etc. But that brings some default on the level design. We already talked about it. There you have some back and forth that is not needed, but it's okay. It's just a detail. You can fix it later. And yeah, congratulations. It was a great experience. Sorry, and yeah, same as my colleague. 10 minutes. It's just like Windows minute, but yeah, congratulations.
Hello, Lucas, Ubisoft Bordeaux, producer. Well, first of all, this was a great experience. Sorry, I have a few questions, or maybe first of all, comments. I think everything was a bit stretched, as everybody mostly said. On the game, I think you could compress some element of it. I think also you could have maybe used a bit more the time wheel. Like for example, if a door is blocked in a version, you can go through with another version and go back to another version after, and have some kind of puzzle like that. I have, if I understood correctly, we are playing the QA, right? No.
You are playing yourself in the modern day, and you have the box, the cardboard, from the QA, which was sent by Jean, the CEO.
Okay, because I thought maybe it could be interesting to work on the narrative aspect through the console itself. Like for example, you could have a frame, like just a dev kit only for the QA, and he has debugs that other frame don't have. Also, I think maybe you could use a bit more the God mode and stuff, like QA elements, to develop a bit more the puzzle and the narration. My question is, did you, when developing this console, did you thought about other tools, like you had the cables, the button behind? Did you thought about other things that you could not develop because maybe you have time constraints?
For the activation of the debug mode, we did a simpler version of what we imagined, because in the beginning we wanted to have a more complex manipulation, like something like opening a trap or having something more physical. But when we were creating the case, it was too hard, and we have more important issues to fix before. So we make it more simple to fit in the time.
Hi, Antoine, freelance game designer. I think I'm not gonna repeat what everything said, because yes, you are already telling the story of game development that I lived after 8 years in the industry. So please, I hope that you don't get to experience that much or that hard or that build, but it is part of life, especially like as a designer that worked on games that have been cancelled that I know can't say shit about. But it's a really interesting experience. I didn't have the chance to finish it fully, but one of the feedback that I've heard, and that feels like, I don't have an issue with it being 45 minutes long, but it just feels like you were trying to make two different games at the same time. You wanted to make that game that tell that really interesting story, and I can see that game just being played well on the same level of, like, it finds its niche like Undertale or Beginner's Guide would find, because it's really interesting. And at the same time, you had this hardware, and you didn't really utilize it that much. It's a really interesting setup, but, and again, I didn't get to play to the point where I had to mess around with the cables, and I wanted to so much. But that's the thing that I kind of like felt was missing, is like you didn't push that idea through, and maybe that's where your 10 minutes could have been. You find a way to tell a story a bit more quicker, maybe less developed, and maybe as a teaser so that you can work on it for the notice, but to add a bit of depth to it. So it's from, I felt a bit saddened because you didn't push that idea through to the end, and there's something there. But it's still really fun. It's also very interesting that Cecile mentioned, because I could really see that game working on the Playdate, if you know that console. So that also could be like something, well, it's a console with a gimmick and very indie and could work with all of that, so it makes sense. But you made a great experience. I hope I would be able to play it on itch.io without the console that you made in a way that maybe the fake console within the screen, and I have to just wire the cable manually, or even in the debug menu instead of having to manually wire things up. So really curious to find it out. So congrats on making this game. I hope you're not as depressed as we all are in this current industry yet. Still have a few years before getting to that point. But yeah, congrats and good luck for the rest.
Thank you, and let's keep faith. Let's congratulate the team, please. And let's welcome the last team of today, Le Temps des Cerises.
Hello everyone. So first of all, a little disclaimer before we start. So the content you're about to see contains war themes, violence, maybe blood and weapons. So we advise that any people under 18 might take a break in advance, and even remotely, your discretion is advised. And now, a little trailer.
Hey! Hey! Oh, comme eux! Réveille-toi! Les lumières sont pas loin. Leur brutal vient de pousser sur les copains de Clichy. Il faut se préparer à faire le coup de feu. Tiens, attrape ce chasse-peau.
Hello everyone, we're excited to present Le Temps des Cerises, an immersive and historical experience in first-person shooter. It is May 23, 1871, and you are on a barricaded street in Paris, in the midst of the Bloody Week. The Versailles army has entered from the west, determined to retake power by force. Together with your fellow communards, you must defend yourself vastly outnumbered by enemies in an immersive, pseudo-defensive first-person shooter, where your only means of defense is your single-shot chassepot rifle. Let's get into it.
To respond to these intentions, we designed the gameplay mechanics grouped into 3 main pillars. First of all, we are in a transitional period between mouth-loading single action and modern percussion breech-loading firearms, represented right here by the iconic chassepot rifle. While having a greater fire rate than its predecessors, it is still a single-bolt action with a complex reload for today's standards. Thus, the player must aim carefully and seek safety while reloading. Secondly, we are fighting in the streets of Paris, so we needed a continuous battle between friendlies and enemies. An AI system was designed, moving from one cover to another, seeking vulnerable targets, but also shouting about the current state of the battle. Finally, to encompass the feeling of the passing a legacy from one to another, we reincarnate into a friendly combatant after death, and so on. While dying doesn't punish much, the performance of the player can influence the speed of which the fight unfolds. And I'll let my comrade Idris continue.
Hello everyone. About the gameplay, we made the choice to propose a FPS shooter experience that is both pleasant to control but also restrictive for the player. During all the experience, contrary to a classic FPS, we're attacked and we have to defend a position that we know impossible to hold against the waves of enemies. So it is not about victory here, the defeat is inevitable. We tried to play with the classic codes of FPS games, especially with the feeling of overpower that they can create. In our game, the game feel of the controller is polished at different levels with the objective to give the player a strong feeling of immersion, like if he was in his favorite FPS. We can aim, we can jump, we can run. We have a weapon bob. We have a weapon lag too, as you can see. We have a weapon pullback and a weapon roll too. And finally, we have a light weapon sway. However, this feeling of power is quickly damaged by the constraints of the situation. Our rifle can shoot only one bullet. Reloading it asks for a QT, which is long. Only one shot received from an enemy immediately kills the player, and all the shots generate smokes that makes impossible to see what is happening around you. Sorry. I lost myself there. Yes, I was saying that through this gameplay, there is not a game feel. Through this gameplay and this game feel, we also wanted to talk about the women and the men of Paris who resisted during the Commune. They were not trained soldiers, and they found themselves powerless against a big and prepared army. Beyond this feeling of powerlessness and fear, we also tried to create in the player emotions of indignation, revolt, and solidarity, not only through the gameplay, but also through the staging and the level design. I laid the mic to Vasily to talk to you about that.
Yeah, hello. So, in order to fit the historicity of the scene and get a more immersive experience, we wanted to reproduce as much as possible the feel of the streets in Paris during the 19th century. The barricade itself, of course, but also what could have been the overall atmosphere at that time. Of course, we also had constraints related to the gameplay itself, such as a need for different cover types on both enemy and ally side from the barricade. So we did a lot of historical research about these environments, and we tried to focus on a few key elements that would both characterize Paris at that time, but also be realistic in this specific context of street war. Therefore, we were able to recreate an overall level and environment where you can get a glimpse of what truly was La Commune de Paris through numerous details scattered here and there in the environment, such as posters, notes, or flags, with a real historical value. We also had to think the level to come in support of our staging. For instance, managing camera angles, unit placements, and making sure that the player's eye will be caught where we want him to see has also been a really important part of this job. And now, about the sound design, I let my comrade Vincent talk about it.
Sound design had the given objective to make you feel like you are in the boots of your character. To achieve this goal, we recorded clothes and texture through to the end of the 19th century, ranging from different shoes to military coats and dresses. With those records, we can randomize the player character to have different identities based on the sound of the clothes. Our characters couldn't be fully fleshed out without a real chassepot in their hand. Luckily, we found one that we could manipulate and record. Let's listen to it. But such a weapon could not be fired, as the paper cartridges must be handcrafted. So we made the decision to find a shooting range and recorded guns from World War I and World War II that could give the illusion of those old and heavy rifles. Let's hear each microphone from closest to farthest, and finally how it sounds in the game. To complete the identity of our characters, we have written and recorded almost 200 voice lines, barks, and dialogues. The dialogue system provides feedback fitting the situation, as allies and enemies alike react in real time to actions of the player and the evolution of the battle. Voices are an audio pillar that brings the characters to life and completes their identity. But wait, I believe our commenters want to say something. I'm giving the hand to Vasily to talk about the evolution of art.
Thanks. So, in Le Temps des Cerises, we try to awaken the player's empathy and steer their sense of injustice, ultimately conveying the hope inherent in collective social struggle against systemic oppression. To support this intention, we decided to go with an evolutive art style and lighting, evolving from a state of dark and heavy atmosphere to a lighter state filled in brightness. A combination of post-processes are also applied that progressively modifies the rendering to create a painted effect in between impressionism and aquarelle, transcending the aura in gradual beauty. The characters all evolve when they die, progressively losing their colors and degrading their mesh shape to become shadows from the past. Indeed, they were simple citizens, there were many to fight for social justice, and they were slaughtered. And for the most part, they were forgotten by history books. And now, let me talk about the music a bit with Ferreol.
Okay, so you've already heard it before. La Semaine Sanglante is the music we choose to put in the game. In order to have a historical approach to the composition, we wanted to start from the score Le Chant des Paysans, which was the melodic base of La Semaine Sanglante. The lyrics were written after the events of the Bloody Week. To make the result more realistic, we recorded no fewer than 17 singers, including 2 professionals, as well as 4 different instruments. You will be able to hear everyone while playing. The music is implemented using a modular system and is spatialized throughout the scene. Each instrument is localized differently to simulate a musician and singers supporting those fighting at the barricades. Each voice joins the crowd gradually as the music evolves at the rhythm of the gameplay, following the script to reinforce the narrative.
To include most types of players and abilities, in this peculiar FPS, we had to tackle down the following challenges. This is a violent game, thus disabling blood is an evident option. FPS players differ in terms of experience and expertise, ranging from casual to nervous, controller to keyboard, and other particularities suiting their needs. Key binding is also an essential in all modern gaming. This goes without saying.
The conclusion of our game supports the overall experience and puts the player in a position of weakness once again. Regardless of the choice, you will end up like many of the commoners that preceded you, either slain in battle, as most of you chose, or summarily executed against the wall right after your surrender. In both cases, it brings back the player to the hard reality of what has been the fate of this citizen. And now, it introduces the rest of the experience.
Thank you for your attention. Special thanks to our external artists who helped us at the end of the production, and also to the voice actors and actresses who gave us their beautiful voice in the game. To conclude, we wanted to share that Le Temps des Cerises is not just a game, but also a way to collectively recall elements of our past and not forget about important fights that occurred in our history. We wanted our game to be an entry point to hook players and catch their interest to support our historical exhibition on the events of the Paris Commune. Thank you again to everyone who helped us with this beautiful project.
Hi, it's me again, Cécile from Focus. Thank you so much for the game. I have lots of stuff to say about it. I will not say it all because other people need to speak as well. Yeah, I really love the game because I feel very touched by the history of the commune. I really love that you picked the Semaine Sanglante to support yeah, the ambience, the atmosphere. What you did with the little portraits of people being killed was very moving. I don't know why, but it really moved me. When I reached the end of the experience, well, so what did you think of it? And I was like, please let me cry. I didn't show it, but internally that was my state. But still do have some issues with it. I think you could have gone even further by letting go on some stuff, especially on the art. That I think you're trying to go. I don't know what you're trying to do, but I think like something more evocative could have worked as well. And this evolutive shader, in the end, I thought it was a bug because it wasn't showing at the beginning. And you know, and for instance, you were showing the like the corpse disappearing. I couldn't care for the bodies around me. Like I was focused on shooting the baddies and saving my people, you know. So I think there might have been some scope issues. Maybe it's okay. But yeah, really thank you for this. I don't know how long was it. I have no idea how long I played.
14 to 15 minutes.
Okay. So you will have a pass on the time limit. Thank you very much.
Hello, Lucas from Ubisoft Bordeaux, producer. Thank you for the presentation again and for the experience. As you said, you wanted to create an immersive experience, and I was quite immersed by it, especially by the voice lines and like some French words I never heard of. So very, very cool. Maybe I missed the information, so sorry if it's the case, but when we respawn and we have a new character, we have a card like with his face and portrait. Is it someone from the commune or is it someone else?
All characters you see are real communal and communard. Also the names you see and the professions that are displayed.
Okay, so this is very, very nice. So congratulations. I think it's neat. Thank you.
Alois. I like the experience. It was great. It was. I think you chose something that not a lot of people at the Eng do. Something that it's historical. It's a bad word, but serious gaming in a sense, because there is both a game and an exposition. Something to see, to look, to go through, both physically and emotionally, discovering a new part of our history that I mostly didn't know for myself. I liked what you did. I have some complaints that are similar to others. The shader is nice. The moment the sun appears, I also saw it as a bug. A difference, though, from what you said is that with the time we had to reload, because it's very long, and it's not really demanding on the eye, I just put myself behind the wall and looked around. So I read one or two affiches, flyers on the ground. I looked at other people dying. I shot one of my friends just to see it, and they die actually. By the way, you can shoot your friends, and it was really nice. If I have one thing I think is an issue, I see, is in the 3C department, the movement of the character. I think you did a great job on animation for FPS with everything you showed, but I also think the movement of the character itself is a bit too sharp. So we see some clunkiness in here. We think we're gonna have inertia when we move because of the animation, and we don't. And it's a bit hard. I think there is some friction here in the visualization of it all. If I have a question for you, because it seems like a big game, something that you care deeply about, and I know there were some issues during development. What would be something you'd add to the game next? Do you want to extend the playtime, or do you want to add a new features? And if so, which one?
Well, if we were to add something, I think it would be something that we house. So basically, there were supposed to be 2 more zones where you can fall back, directing you directly to the Bastide place in Paris, because it is coherent with the timing where we placed the action, like 23 of May, and these women that are coming from the white place, they fell back to the Bastide place. So I would say, like, yeah, more about more environment, and maybe a little tweak in the gameplay that was supposed to be here is, as you fall back to the Bastide, at some point the gameplay changes. You go on the other way, and the cannon strikes at you, and you have to fall back.
Okay, yeah, I think it would have been a great idea. I really liked it. I would have loved to be able to shoot a cannon, because you talked about cannon a lot, so I wanted to shoot a cannon, but it was great. Good job.
Hello guys, again, Guillaume. So yeah, same feedback as my colleague. I would like to firstly say vive la commune, and I really love your work on the history. It's really precious. Keep it. Just for a link with my work, I work on Assassin's Creed, so you know that is historic. It's part of our work to know where you work, what time you work, and the setup you will evolve. So you nailed it. You did more than I think we expected. So great work. That said, if I put apart the historic part, the experience was really cool, but it's a bit repetitive because of the reload system. It's really cool, but at the same time I love it, but at the same time I hate it because it's long, it's repetitive. So I think it could be interesting to find a way to place some emphasis on it and try to have some bonus to kill a bit this repetitiveness on this mechanic. Also, what do you think you will add on the game to break a bit this repetitiveness? Sorry. Repetitivity.
Well, to respond to that, we had at the beginning a lot of different ideas, quite linked to the chessboard raffle. For example, since it's paper cartridges, just before the metal cartridges, so the gun can jam, and you have to clean the gun every few shots. And also, it's also a period then before the modern percussion systems. It was like a needle pressing the bullet, and then it explodes. But the needle could break, and the soldiers had some spare needles. However, it was every 100 of 1,000 shoots, so it was not much coherent. And we also thought about other weapons that could any citizen have brought, for example, hunting rifles. But we forced ourselves to just have the chassepots to scope down on the true experience, just for the combat design.
Okay, thank you. You can also think about the arena with a lot of things. You can work on it.
We also, to wrap it up, we also thought about other roles. For example, pulling injured to safety, or just rebuild the barricades or build other barricades. But we had to quickly center down on the combat and what we can bring with the programmers.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Javier from Voxel Madrid. You just answered mainly my question, because I was asking you to get, from a historical point of view, the accuracy of the gaming of those guns getting jammed, but you can just get that failure into something more emotional, in the sense you can do a perfect reload, but the gun itself can fail So with that failure, you lose a partner, you lose a colleague, you lose someone else fighting inside to you. So it increases the frustration, the anger, and the non-control of the situation. For instance, okay, the army has special people just taking care of guns. So they could work perfectly because they take care of them every single day. But the revolutionaries usually don't have those. So in that sense, they have to grab wherever they can those guns in whatever condition it could be. So I think that repetitive action of the reload, which is accuracy and is great because it's something also part of the loss of time you have to do in that on that data to get into action. But at the same time, yes, you lose that part of emotion that it was not my fail, but this gun. And then drop the gun and have another one gun from one of your companions fell, because increase the drama. So you can get into the mechanical actions, into the narrative and emotional actions. So maybe you can go also in that sense, okay? Well, you know I find a sweet spot. I'm sorry. My work is to break games in that sense. So I found that at the right corner of the barricade, I can be a sniper over there. And I don't know, I killed 24 or 30 or I don't know how many enemies without any death because they didn't saw me. They were even under the barricade. I was up in the top of it and they didn't saw me. So that's just is that corner, please, yes, because it breaks some sense the immersion. My colleague says, okay, why the cannon didn't appear? Why you didn't dead? Because I was in a perfect cycle once and once and once again. Apart from that, great, emotional, and marvelous, because it's part of museography, so I love it. Okay, well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nisha IADT. So I really enjoyed the experience. I have to say, before I walked into the room and I saw I was going to be playing a shooting game, I was a little bit nervous because usually indie games that go for a shooting game, you're comparing, instantly your brain compares to all the AAA shooters out there, and it's a very challenging area to kind of target. I think in particular, I was surprised it wasn't mentioned more, but the way you did instant reload was really effective. And it was also quite unique and different, so I think you deserve a lot of props for how you decided to design that. It's a nice mixture between simulation, but also still playful and fun, rather than being very tedious and boring. So I think you dealt with that really well. I agree with a lot of people here in saying there's just small little tweaks around the place that I think scope if you brought it down a little bit. In particular, the gun is a little bit shiny, and you're watching the gun on the screen all the time. So my background is in 3D modeling, but I think there's a little bit of work, particularly in that aspect of just tightening things up. People were talking about the shader and other bits like that. And I also think the first section of the game drags. And this isn't just a point to you, it's kind of a point to everyone. I think about, like, people put so much work into the design of the environments around them and the player experience, and everyone's dressed up here and you're trying to maximize all these things. That 10-minute time limit is really important to that. I just, like, as a judge, there's 10 games and there's actually 30 games down there. 10-minute experience for 30 is already 300 minutes. When people drag it out to 15, it adds a lot of time on the judge. When people drag it out to 40, it becomes unsustainable. So I just ask people to really find what's core about our experience and bring it down to those 10 minutes, because it makes it more effective, but it also makes for happier judges that aren't tired out and exhausted, you know? So don't think about it as limiting yourselves, but think about it as this is going to improve the player experience, because I think that's being missed by a few projects. So that's not just to ye, it's something as a broader statement. There is a very good rationale for doing that. And it doesn't limit your project, it improves it. Yeah, but really well done. I really enjoyed what you built and how you went about it. There was a lot of really great design decisions made.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let's congratulate this last team. So as this was the last team of today, I will ask all the cohort to come back down here. I know it's hot, but just stay here, just come back all. And in the meantime, I would like to ask you to give a warm thanks to the technical team, so Javier and Eric, who helped us through the day. Huge thanks to the pedagogical team who accompany all the cohort doing these games. Big thanks also to the administrative and staff who is very useful as well. So please a round of applause for them as well. And last but not least, I would like the cohort to thank the jury. Thank you so much for being here, for the great exchange, the discussion. Thank you for having played all these great experiences. So a huge thank you for you and for the people online as well. So I just wrote down some few words. Sorry, it was on the way. Just to thank you. So what a journey full of feelings and emotion of all kinds that you made us live for the 2 days, actually. So I really wanted to thank you for your creativity first, but also for the dedication with which you carried out all these projects and the presentation you made and that you did for these 2 days. So a big thank you. It's very well appreciated by us that we try to accompany you. Yesterday and today, you made us I'm sorry, I don't read quite well. You made us look at all the facets of what makes us human. From the light and joyful loss of sibling squabbles to the darkest sides of people hunting besties chat rooms. We started by adopting Sam's peculiar gaze and methods to connect our challenging environment. Then we wandered on a rest area, discovering Kailu's safe place and gradually unravel his courageous journey. We found ourselves joining Sarah's facility experiment to encounter of artistic entities that definitely didn't want to be put apart. We rebuilt and revived the difficult and vivid journey of building a game and a console. So thanks to Jean, Mila, Pierre, Nico, Léon. This led us to go for an infinite run in order to save the sun, or as a team with a grounded control to rush towards what threatened our beautiful world. Eventually, you offered us the time to rest along the Sharon River, to let us decide if we want to keep or let go all these memories. But because all these threats and challenges, I am sure that you convinced us all that our world and the bright side of our humanity is worth saving. So let's fight for it. Vive la commune and vive the P22 cohort. Thank you so much. So thank you all. We won't stay longer here because it's so hot. So let's see again next year. Thanks for everything. Thanks everybody, and enjoy the night. I was forgetting our Spanish colleagues just brought you some souvenirs, so please, each of you, pick one. Yeah, use your controller. Thanks.
Pour les masters, les masters, n'oubliez pas qu'on fait la photo de classe maintenant. Du coup, ne partez pas tout de suite et on se retrouve dans l'atrium pour la photo de classe. À toutes!